Be here now. Just be here now.
This is about the 19th city on this tour, and it's the first one I got what I asked for, which was a rocking chair. So, thank you, Boise. And I really, I've been reflecting about a rocking chair. It's like, it's because I'm practicing being 62. It's interesting. I mean, to be a senior citizen, I mean, whether you're an elder is another matter, but you're a senior citizen. I was on a train from New Haven to New York right after I became 60. And it was a late night train, and you had to buy your ticket on the train. And so the conductor came and he said, "What kind of a ticket do you want?" And I knew I was over 60. And in Connecticut, that was the critical age. So I said, "I'd like a senior ticket." And I said it in the same way when I was 18, I said, "I'd like a beer." I expect, "You want a beer?" But there was nothing. "You, 60? He just gave me the ticket, which was... So then I thought I should try being 60. I mean, feel 60, you know, because in many cultures, like in India, the stages of life are divided into 0 to 20, you're a student, you're learning, you're growing. 20 to 40, you're a householder, you're to raise family and make as much money as you can. 40 to 60, you're to start to pass it on and cool out and start to study and do practices. And at 60, you become a sannyas, you become beyond form. You are a formless being just in God. And the society is designed to support all those formless beings and all the students. And so that when you're a householder in the middle, you're supposed to support all those people because you're going to be one of them. So I had just entered sannyas, which meant I should give up everything. I wonder how you know whether somebody's given up everything. Like my guru back in the 70s, he said, "Ram Dass, give up money and sex and you'll know God." It's an interesting challenge, isn't it? So I thought, he can't mean what it seems to be saying. So I thought he's saying a deeper thing. He's saying, give up your attachment to those things and you'll know God. Whether you do them or not, it's irrelevant. But then the question is, why would you do them? If you were not attached, why would you do them? Well, that's the interesting meaning of the term doing one's dharma. It's it's like a tree's dharma is to grow and give leaves and fruit and so on. And a river's dharma, water's dharma, to flow downstream. And it's an interesting question to ask, what's our dharma? Or what's our dharma? There's an interesting line I've been working with for several years that comes out of a Buddhist tradition. It says, out of emptiness arises compassion. And that's a really interesting statement, Because most of us in the West use compassion in the sense of caring in a relational way. I'm caring for you, or I feel for your suffering. I feel for your suffering. I empathize with your suffering. We say it's a compassionate person. But I've come to understand that it's a different meaning. There's a different word, compassion, that means something far more profound. It's the result of altered states of consciousness in which one experiences, not theorizes about, but experiences, directly experiences, two planes of consciousness. One, the way in which everything is interrelated to everything else. It's like you focus, it's like a channel selector, and you suddenly see it all in relationship. You see everything's interrelated to everything else, including you. It's like a major unfolding of what the Chinese call the Tao, or the way of things. And then there's this other plane where seemingly, and you're right here, you see that everything is part of one thing. It's not even interdependent, it's just one thing. It's what the physicists, the quarks and all that stuff, that's all struggling with that issue. Is there one, and is it, and where did it come from, you know? And to have seen or experienced, to experience even for a second, the oneness of all things, including you. From that space, were you standing there, then whose suffering would it be anyway? Can I say their suffering? If there's only one of it, which there is there? Who's them in a one? In one, there aren't no them. It's only us. It's not even us, it's only I. It's even further out. So you're suffering. I mean, and if you experience it, it's real. If you think about it, it's fascinating theoretically. But if you directly experience the way in which things are interconnected, and then you feel the oneness of it all, the experience is that their suffering in Bosnia is the next level out. Our suffering as people on earth is my suffering as the fact that it's only one thing, or as the suffering in emptiness where it's just phenomena appearing. And so you could imagine now, with that model, this kind of metaphor I've been playing with, that you could see how compassion could arise out of emptiness. That the emptiness that's inherent in the one, because the one is beyond all forms, so it's empty of form, so you wouldn't even say it's one from inside it. No would just say it's zero. Like I work with Guatemalan women who have been in villages where their husbands and their fathers and the older males have all been murdered before their eyes by the army, which was in the employ of the rich in Guatemala. The rich, 3 or 4%. And these Mayan Indians are just incredibly present, deep, beautiful beings. And I went down there as part of the Seva Foundation to to help them help themselves. And there was a woman there that was holding her baby who had vitamin deficiency and all. And I looked in her eyes, and it was she wasn't busy being a Mayan woman with a starving baby. She was so perfectly a Mayan woman with a starving baby that she didn't have to do it. There was no self-consciousness in it. And behind it all, she was just present right there. Her eyes were right there. What I feel when I'm in a situation like that is I'm being given a wisdom teaching from indigenous wisdom. And those Guatemalan women said something else to me that added to that teaching. We had found these 13 villages that were destitute up on the Altiplano in Guatemala. After the violence was stopped because of mainly the Human Rights Watch efforts, by the way. I want to really honor Human Rights Watch and encourage you to support it. World Watch, all the different watches, Asia Watch. And the violence stopped. Then these people, some were in Mexico, and we've been working with them in refugee camps, but some of them were internal refugees in the jungles of Guatemala. And then after the violence, they started to go back to their villages, which had nothing in them, nothing. Everything had been burned. And they started to rebuild their lives, except, they didn't have all the heavy-duty men around to help. So we helped them with goats and sheep and things to get new ways of being with the earth going. But at one point, we came and we saw these villages, and we didn't have our budget was so limited. We said, we can support 4 of the villages this year, and then the rest of them we could help next year to get going. But we don't have enough money for all 13. And one of the women in the 4 villages that was going to receive the support, which was very little, it was a couple of $1,000. She said, no, you don't understand. She said, in our holy book, it says that if we're all walking along together and somebody trips and falls, you help them up, and then everybody walks just a little bit slower. And that struck me very deeply, because it represented a very deep recognition of the sense of community, of the sense of unity, of the sense of the common good as an integral part of one's identity. We got so fascinated with individualism. Who are you? Do you have your needs filled? Are you happy? What's your life about? We have become so obsessed with personality, that plane, as if it is real. I need this to be happy. Right, well, you don't have it. Now what are you going to do? Well, and I can't be happy. Okay, we'll wait. You begin to see the power of people's minds that have imprisoned them so much. To look at your own, if you look at your own phenomenal field or conceptual model or ego, which is a set of statements that you hold in your mind about who you think you are, which includes all the qualities, all the feeling tones, all the ways you relate to different people, all the things you think about the universe, because those are all your opinions. Those are part of who you are. All your memories of your personal history. All of it, this is all a huge conceptual, like a computer program. And it processes the universe and gives it back to you in a way that you then can feel the experience of being somebody doing something. What the Guatemalan woman was telling me was, first, that whatever her life had been in the generations of their lives, she had not lost her connection to something deeper in her being, which is what I had lost until I awakened for a moment with mushrooms in 1961. And she also reflected in stating the holy book. She wasn't talking about the holy book like she was saying, the holy book says, therefore I must, which is the way we do it in Christianity often these days and in every other religion. The oughts and shoulds have it. This Wavy Gravy says, I'm tired of being should upon. She was saying that because that's who she was. She was also a separate entity. She had a baby. She had probably a history and all of that, and needs and desires. But she hadn't become so enamored of them that she had lost her connection to the rest of who she is. She had a perspective that made her be in a situation that was so dire. To have your child be having malnutrition in your arms. And in the direness of it, she was still present. It's like a social institution can appear a certain way, but there are many levels from which it could be functioning in truth. Could appear compassionate, and it may or may not be. If I give food to somebody, and I'm busy identifying with being the giver, ergo, they must be the receiver in that transaction. And giver and receiver are separate from one another. But if my left hand gives food to my right hand, even the word giving doesn't seem appropriate, does it? My left hand puts food in my right hand. My right hand doesn't say thank you to my left hand, because the left hand and the right hand are part of the body. Their identity is with the oneness, not with their separateness. And what I experience is the way in which we lost the balance. Not that oneness is better than uniqueness and separateness. The way I've experienced it a lot is that you and I start out as identified with the one. Awareness is the one. And then there's this latent psychic DNA code that's going to do its thing. And so you get born into sort of like a stuff sack. I mean, it crushes you in because you were the one, and now suddenly this little thing you're living in that you bounce against the walls of. And everybody says, "Ooh, a little baby." They don't know who you are, you know, and you don't know how to use this damn thing. So you're trying to say, "Hey, that's not me. Come on, give me my prayer bell." And you go into what I call somebody training. That is, you get trained to be somebody because everybody around you thought they were somebody, so obviously they're going to train you to be somebody since their somebody exists in relation to you being somebody. So they need you to be somebody so they can exist. So that's the predicament, you know. It's just too weird. Do you want me to do the first level? I don't think I'd stop now. What is it about Boise? I guess it's... So after you've gotten to be somebody, then the training shifts gears and you're training to be somebody special. That happens next. And that involves competition and judgment, lots of judgment. How am I doing? Do you love me? Do you love me enough? Did I succeed? You know, did you have a good time? Was it as good for you as it was for me? And People magazine is full of somebodies. There are icons. They're very quick in passing, but they are icons. Like Donald Trump is an icon. Ivana. And then awakening occurs for some reason or other. And the term awakening in these conditions means that you awaken out of the frequency of consciousness that you were locked into that made you somebody special, or not somebody special, as the case may be. You awakened and it's like you flipped channels. You moved to another channel of consciousness in which you saw that the channel in which you were invested so heavily was just another channel. It wasn't that's reality. It was another reality. It's like your dreams. You're always busy on this plane saying, well, what do they mean? Well, are they real? Well, was I there? Well, blup, 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 blup. They're just something else. And maybe this mind won't ever know what they are. That's what's fun about it. The mystery surrounds you at every corner. If you're not comfortable with mystery, forget it. So you awaken into the realization that you aren't who you thought you were. You've been had. You have been contained in a definition, and that you are just much more than that definition. And William James, the noted psychologist, said, paraphrasing, our normal waking consciousness is but one type of consciousness, whilst all about it, parted from it by the filmiest of screens, there lie other types of consciousness. We may spend our entire life without knowing of their existence, he said, but apply the requisite stimulus, and there they are in their completeness. Whatever, he says, they don't give maps, etc. He says, but whatever their meaning, they prohibit our premature closing of our accounts with reality. the consciousness in which you and I are meeting in Boise, as you with your history and me with mine and all of that, that's just a channel. That's a plane at which we exist. And the balance I'm talking about is reconnecting to the part of you that isn't that. So once you awaken to the fact that there is more to you than meets the eye, so to speak, very often it so undermines the game you were playing that you wish you could go back to sleep. You would like to immediately relegate it to the categories of irrelevant, error, I was out of my mind, I don't remember what I was thinking. That's denial. You got a whole range of alternatives to get it out of the system so you can get on with life the way you thought you were. But the problem is you can't quite go back to sleep. It gnaws at you, even if it's just an old picture in a scrapbook. It's sort of hanging around in there, saying you aren't who you think you are. Yes, I am. So if you follow the sequence, it seems to lead that you awaken, and first you sort of deny it, and you're not sure, and you doubt it, and then you start to have a sense of the intuitive validity of these other planes of consciousness in the same way you have of this plane. In other words, at first you're getting high all the time, means you're standing here and going high and then coming down or coming back, and you're resting on the plane of your own unique separateness. But then if you do this often enough, like a yo-yo, which you can do in meditation, you can go to church, you can cook a bouillabaisse, whatever your technique is for breaking out of who you thought you were. Surfing, motorcycling, getting high, sex works. After a while, you start to set up at least a emergency base camp out there in this other part of your being, this kind of oneness of it all. I mean, you're dealing with stuff that's so disparate. You go up and you say, we're all one, and then you come, a few minutes later, you back down, you say, but it's my television set. Yeah. There's a great story. A lot of stories I've told before, obviously, because they're good stories, good teaching stories. I have a friend, Milton Friedman. He's not the economist Milton Friedman, Dr. Milton Friedman, whom you've probably heard of, but he is a Dr. Milton Friedman, and he does live in Washington. And one day he received a call, is this Dr. Milton Friedman? And he said, yes. And the caller said, well, this is a church in California, and we have a lot of excess funds, and we wonder if you'd give us advice as to how to invest them. So my friend, Dr. Milton Friedman, said, well, have you considered giving it to the poor? To which the person calling said, is this the real Milton Friedman? To which Milton replied, is this the real church? As the balance shifts and you start to move, so you have two homes, like, you start to stabilize the emergency camp, so that more and more you're living in the oneness and the many at the same, sequentially, but it gets closer and closer. See, it starts like you wake up, wow, and then you fall asleep. And then you wake up again, you fall asleep. And sometimes when you're asleep, you don't even want to wake up. And it keeps working, and the process of the spiritual practice or path is taking that one moment of regaining that place of your being and slowly increasing its frequency and balancing it with your normal waking consciousness until they're all one thing. All one thing. Not just both present. They're all one thing. One of the mystic teachings says, for a free being, there is nowhere to stand. So you can't stand in the perfection of everything. Because what happened to the imperfection? And you can't stand in the one because you lose the many. Your freedom has to embrace the shadow, all dualism, everything, into yourself. So for somebody like me, after I got high for a long time with psychedelics and then with meditation and stuff like that, because I went to the East, and I went to the East because the religious training, my Judaism that I grew up with, was not a spiritual turn-on. I mean, it might have been, but it wasn't for me. My bar mitzvah was not a major initiation. So when I had these experiences, which were ineffable, indescribable, because they were showing me parts of my being for which I had no conceptual model. I was a professor of psychology, and we didn't acknowledge the existence of all this stuff that I was now experiencing. Because Western psychology said you were your ego. Because psychologists thought they were real. And I mean, as a psychologist, I didn't even look in religious books. I mean, they were like archaeological, sort of anthropological curiosities from where I was sitting. You might be interested in them if you're an anthropologist to see how the fear of the human mind creates all these illusions to reduce its own anxiety about death. That's an anthropologist's take of everything I do. See, the fun thing is who I am now is somebody who 30 years ago, as a psychotherapist, would have hospitalized. See, I'm even willing to accept the possibility that I am totally mad. I took too many drugs and I'm mad. But I would point out that you paid to hear me. Okay, now we can proceed. So I went to the East and found, because there were all these maps describing these states of consciousness, which were part of what in the Western religions that most of us were brought up with, were the exoteric ones didn't make available to us this other stuff about our own consciousness. And while in the East, this esoteric information was all exoteric, it was all available. Because they realized the secrecy was in the mind of the beholder, not showing somebody a text. So I found models that describe these states of consciousness, and I found beings who were living in these multiple states. Like when I met my guru, after several days, he asked me about that yogi medicine, meaning the LSD. And I gave him 1,200 micrograms of LSD, which is if any of you know dosage, that is, well, the street dosage these days is about 125, and this is 1,200. And nothing happened to him. And he was in his late 70s. Nothing. I mean, I was mildly curious when somebody takes 1,200 micrograms to see what's going to happen to them, you know. It's like, and I really watched. I mean, I kept my eyes open and nothing happened. Because I guess if you're in Chicago, you don't have to take a bus to Chicago. I mean, see, it's like, you know. I mean, where there's nowhere to go. That's the whole situation. All the going and coming dissolves into the totality of what is, which has the going and coming within it instead of outside of it. Like, people look at me and they say, you're on tour, you're doing 30 cities. And like, last night I was in Spokane, and 2 nights ago in Seattle, and the night before that in Boulder, and tomorrow I'll be in Minneapolis. They said, oh my goodness, isn't that hard? That must be very hard. I look at their lives. My God, speak of hard. I mean, I don't do anything. I just watch Cinerama all day. I mean, here comes an airport. Ooh, there comes a plane. Ooh, here come people. Hello, I'm Ram Dass. How are you? Yes, yes. Yes. Audience, good evening, good night, to bed, hotel, up, limousine to the airport, airplane, airport, nothing's happening. I mean, where are you going to go? They say you travel a lot. Isn't that funny? Who travels a lot? My body has moved hither and yon. It doesn't have much to do with me. I'm always here. See what I'm doing? I'm playing with our planes of consciousness right now, just to show you, not to shortchange yourself. Because this isn't, I'm not talking about spiritual practices that you got to be good and you got to work hard, and forget all that. You already did it. You just can't cop to it, and all the methods that'll get you to cop to it, basically, that you aren't who you thought you were. Well, what happened was that when I went to India, I looked around, and they were all doing more or less, not the ones I was coming in contact with, were all renunciates. And the path of renunciation is in effect saying, you got so addicted to being on the physical, psychological plane that in order to break that addiction, we're going to have to remove you from your corrupt friends for a while. Because if you hang out with other junkies, you'll probably go back on junk. So we got to get you away from advertising and from other people's minds and stuff, so you better go into a cave or give up the things that would bring you into those contacts. Is that coming through? Do you hear what I'm saying? And that made sense, because they're very powerful. I mean, as you probably have noticed, all the desires in the world, in the marketplace. I mean, the shopping malls are like the temples of the culture. See people walking through and having a pilgrimage, a religious pilgrimage. Look in their eyes. It's like, I mean, there are certain things that are living rituals. Like, I go to a Grateful Dead concert. It's a living ritual. It's like going to church. I go in a shopping mall. It's like going to church. You know, churches change. This is the church worshiping the thing that this culture thinks it worships. You worship what you think will make you happy. The fact that the bottom is getting a little yicky is because the myths aren't really so functional after all. We mature slowly. I mean, when I was 30 years old, science was considered the epitome of our hope for the future. And I would bet if I interviewed most of you, you wouldn't think that anymore. That's just about 30 years. You would think it has a place in it. But you have watched science spawn technology, and you've watched technology change all of our lives, some for the better, but we seem to have missed a few things along the way, like we're contaminating everything we touch, and we're using up everything in a very irresponsible manner. And by the year 2000, we'll have 200,000 tons of high-level toxic waste from our technology that has a toxic half-life of 250,000 years, and we have no idea what to do with it, where it would be safe, or we'd be safe from it. Isn't that an interesting statement about what we are, what we're producing, how short-sighted we are, whatever? How our kind of the hypnotism of technology. It's incredible who we are, just when you consider that we as a human species spend $1 trillion a year on military stuff. And that's $2 million a minute. And simultaneous with that trillion a year, every day between 40 and 60,000 of us in the species are dying of malnutrition. And because of the information age, we know they're there. It's not like the old days where you could hide in lack of communication. And 1 week of that military budget would be sufficient to take care of the causes of that malnutrition for which 15 million people die in the course of a year. So what it's saying is that we value more than 51 times as much saving our own lives at the expense of other people's lives, because in the world we're living in, our identity is so much with our separateness that we have lost the sense that we are interconnected. And you can feel how unstable, how destabilizing that process is, to get so caught in your separateness, your individuality. Because when you're a separate entity, relative to the forces around you, you're really pretty vulnerable and pretty little. I mean, don't even involve people's minds. Just look at hurricanes or tornadoes or whatever. Look at what time does to you. So, to the extent that we are all busy being somebody, we are all these people who feel very separate from one another because we are mediating our relationships in some way through our minds, which thinks about things. So we are objects to each other. We are her or him. Then sometimes we're us, but we're never me. So we end up with a culture where we say we feel alienated. And therapists thrive on the problem of alienation. People think it's real. And actually, they're one thought away from where all the action is. They're just so busy thinking. And when you feel that vulnerable, you look around for other things to hold on to, and often you hold on to belief systems, or you hold on to ethnic identity. I mean, it's hard from any kind of rational place or wise place to comprehend how the Arabs and the Israelis could be locked in this situation this long. They are both the children of one God. They are both using religion as in part as their justification, along with economics and etc. The Serbian-Bosnian cleansing, God. Who are we? How lost did we get? How lost did we get in being somebody? That we have to destroy other people in order to hold on to our somebodyness. It was interesting when I was in Guatemala, in this village that had nothing. The people were all cowering, frightened of the military, which was in the employ of the rich, which would come in and destroy them. And I flew from there to Hollywood, where I had a gig. And I was driving into Brentwood, which is a fancy suburb. And I drove down a street in Brentwood, and there were no people. There were just walls for houses. And each wall had a gate, and each gate had a television monitor. And you couldn't see over the gates. And on the front of each estate, there was a little sign in red on white or black on white, and it said, "Armed response." That was the security companies, armed response. So if I just took that with my imagination, I could see all these rich people hiding behind these fences with their guns at the ready, waiting for the poor people to come in and do them in. So who won? I mean, the poor people in Guatemala, the rich people in Brentwood, I don't know who won. I really don't. Well, the predicament with being a renunciate, you remember that part of the story. Those of you that demand linearity, I'm sure, are very frustrated by now. Boy, to do that in a university, God. That's what they threw me out for the last time. Isn't it far I got thrown out of William James Hall? Can you imagine that, when I got thrown out of Harvard in 1963? They had named the hall after this guy who said what I said, and then they threw me out for doing it. Well, what? You don't go onto a tennis court with football cleats. And if shopkeepers are the priests in the shopping mall, professors are the priests in the university. The university is a temple to the rational mind. They sneak in experiential stuff around the edge and make believe it isn't there because it's not the real thing. The problem with being a renunciate, there were two things. One was that I was getting stuck in pushing away the world. In other words, the aversion, my fear of getting stuck back in the stuff I had been stuck in that I grew up with, the kind of prison of my consciousness, was such that I wanted to stay away from the conditions that would bring it upon me. I was afraid. And that aversion was keeping me from becoming free. Because at first you want to get high, and then you realize that you don't want to go high and come down and go high and come down. You want to integrate them so that you're neither high nor low, you're all of it or none of it. And that in that will be free, because there's nowhere to stand when you're free. It makes perfect sense at some level. So when I look and I see that I don't want to get too close to my humanity for fear it's going to drown me, I see I'm not free because I'm busy having this aversion. So I better get on with it if I want to be free. So then instead of wondering how to get high, the interesting question is what brings you down? In other words, what catches you in the plane of physical, psychological, reality? So at that point, when you're doing that kind of work, then if somebody gets you really angry, you really appreciate it. You hate them for it, but you really appreciate it because the fact that you got angry shows that you have a stash of opinion. And they're hard to root out. And so when a good anger comes along, something really got to you, and they can't get to you if you're nobody. See, because what you're doing is you're going from nobody to somebody special, then you awaken, then you go into nobody training. See, not to end up being nobody, but to be nobody being somebody. But you are simultaneously nobody and somebody. That's the important part of it. You are, but you forgot. You really think you're somebody. And it's a drag. I mean, it's cutting you off from the rest of it. So the other part of renunciation was that it really didn't work. I mean, I was part of what I'd call the horny celibate syndrome. It's like, you're busy not smoking. Like, I haven't smoked in 4 years, 2 months, 3 days, and 22 minutes, Somebody's going to die of not smoking. So that I followed the renunciate path, which took me to about 1974, I guess, with making a kind of a turnabout and considering the possibility that my incarnation wasn't an error. I mean, basically, it's sort of like you're God that fell. And this is a kind of a sloppy situation, and the best thing to do is get out of it as fast as you can. That's sort of one religious tradition that you might be familiar with. But to turn around and look at your incarnation and say, it might not be an error. Like for Jews, their incarnation is the vehicle through which they enter into the covenant with God. It's through their form, not in spite of their form. You're not doing it here to go there, you're doing it here to be here, fully. And then I had this friend, this kind of spook friend named Emmanuel. Emmanuel is one of those beings that doesn't have a body, that speaks through a woman named Pat Rodegast, who does. So he tells her and she tells us. So in the preface I did for one of her books, I said, I have no idea whether this is just Pat's schizophrenia, that she's a multiple personality, and one of them is Emmanuel and one of them is Pat. I don't really care. I just want wisdom. I don't care what container, what its original genesis is. But Emmanuel is, and all beings that don't have bodies aren't wise. I mean, there's many jerks as there are here, it's like, and they send messages too, so you can't just accept all the messages because people don't have bodies. So Emmanuel, I trust him a lot because like when I said to him, Emmanuel, what do I tell people about dying? He said, Ram Dass, tell them that it's absolutely safe. Isn't that reassuring? Doesn't that get you where you live? He said, it's like taking off a tight shoe. There's a good line for Dr. Kevorkian. So I said to Emmanuel, what am I doing on earth? I go, who made this mistake? I'm so pure. What am I doing among all these? And he said, Ram Dass, you're in school. Why don't you try taking the curriculum? You took a human birth. Why don't you try being human? It's funny, I'd never thought of that, Isn't that bizarre, So busy trying to be divine. So that was my post-renunciate period. See, where I was being human again. It's like diving in. I'll either sink or I won't. And so as I looked at my humanity, my incarnation from then, and saw that I'm both human and divine, as we all are, and that there are all these planes of consciousness, and as long as I'm pushing away any of it, it's got me, and therefore I've got to go and deal with the things I push away to find a way to be with them that is neither grabbing at me or to which I am pushing, against which I am pushing. So one example was my family. Because in the 60s, when I started to experience all this stuff, I thought I became what would be called a sadhu, a wandering sadhu, somebody who was sort of like a renunciate who had given up stuff. And in fact, in India, when somebody becomes a sadhu, the family holds a funeral ceremony as if the person has died, because then their whole life is in relation to God, and they are no longer busy being a son or a whatever. And in some way, that was the model I bought. And it's like, I'm going off to do my thing, and I'm doing it for you in the abstract, but in the meantime, bye-bye, because you're not good satsang or sangha or a community for me to be around because you think it's real. And I have to escape from you. Because I'd get so high, I'd be like the Buddha, and I'd come back to visit my family, and my father would say, you got a job? He knew how in one line, because he had trained me to be somebody. He knew the somebody clues to lock in that somebodyness. So once I started to look at my curriculum, there he was, my father. He was in his 80s. My stepmother couldn't quite handle all the caretaking, and the game was starting to come unglued a little bit. So I moved in, and for many years I just base camped in his home and made sure everything was safe and covered. And I didn't have to do all the caretaking, but just through her death and then his death and so on. And that was very interesting, the stages of that process. Because at first, when I did that, many of my friends who were busy being individuals said, isn't that a wonderful thing to do? And I'd milk it, see. I'd say, well, somebody has to do it. See? You hear that one? We've all used that, Somebody has to do it. It's poor me, but okay. And that was real to me. I really felt I was making a sacrifice. That was sort of an early stage. Then I kind of got bored milking that, because any storyline, you must have noticed, gets boring after a while. Anybody you think you are isn't interesting enough. Okay, fine, we'll wait. Because we're all of it. We're all of it all the time. What are you busy being somebody for? What a drag. The second stage in the relation with Dad was that I saw this is going to go on for a while, and I'm a karma yogi, meaning I'm using life experiences as my yoga to come into the one with God, or the one with the non-speakable, nirvana, whatever you want to call it, Atman. Ergo, working with my father is my yoga. So I then became a karma yogi. That's a new astral storyline. I'm a karma yogi and Dad is my yoga. See, it's an astral storyline. It's the same, it's an astral storyline like Mother Teresa picks up the lepers in the streets of Calcutta that are lying in their urine and their feces and their vomit, and she does it, and you look at her and you think, isn't she courageous? Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she, meaning I don't want to do it, is one part of what you're saying. But if you asked her what she's doing, she says, I am serving my beloved Christ in all his distressing disguises. Now, is she just saying that, or is she living that? If she is in fact living that, if all these beings are the different faces of Christ, who is her beloved, you wouldn't go up to her and say, how courageous of you. It's not courageous to be with your beloved. What else would you want to do? So I was in this astral plane for a while. I was a yogi going to God, and Dad was my yoga. He was the stuff of my yoga, the grist for my mill, so to speak. Dad, you're my yoga. Turn over. You know. And then that got boring. And we just started to hang out together. We were just being together. There wasn't much fatherness or sonness. There was process. And it became unclear who was doing what for whom. He got really quiet and he started to smile a lot. I mean, there were all the mythic levels, like he changed my diapers, I'm changing his attends, you know. I mean, what a beautiful completion in a wonderful way. I mean, the Tao, or the harmony of it all. But there was another level where we were just being together. We'd hold hands and we'd sort of smile. My father was a doer all his life. We never held hands or smiled in our lives. I didn't even like him. Now he was this, we just washed him and oiled him, and he smiled all the time. Like having the Buddha. So one of the members of my family who didn't like him would come and say, how you doing? And my father would just smile. The guy would go out of the room and say, that bastard, he still won't speak to me. And then my aunt, who loved him so much, she came and she said, oh, George, how are you? And he just smiled at her and she said, oh my God, what have they done to you? Where have you gone? And he and I sat there, you know, we were both absolutely in bliss. They were both miserable. Isn't that interesting? They were miserable because of models in their mind of who he was, who he wasn't. They didn't allow what had happened to happen. They couldn't allow the new moment to occur. They couldn't meet him. They weren't listening to where he was. They were just projecting who they thought he should be. By the time Dad died, I felt, and I was doing this initially, if you recall the story, to honor my incarnation. And one of the parts of my incarnation was that I was part of this family and it needed me, and I responded. And at the end of it, by all those stages, I came out of it feeling absolutely like I was living in some deeper harmony, like rivers and trees and rocks and soil and all of that. I was tuning in somehow to the form without necessarily being caught in it. It's learning how to be impeccable in the form and yet not busy being attached to being that form, because it's going to change a moment later. And I saw that process of honoring family led me through that journey that ended up such a gift to me. And I think Dad and I both felt graced to be together through that process. In similar ways, I'm working with other parts of incarnation. I've been working with the fact that I was genetically born a Jew and trying to bring back that complete circle and just not to necessarily end up being a practicing Jew, but being a good Jew in the essence sense of it, rather. And to honor my humanity takes me into play as well. Like I spent 2 months last year in Hiva Oa, the island where Gauguin painted and died and is buried in the South Pacific. Just painting and boogie boarding and climbing in the mountains and getting drunk and being a human. And then I look and I say, well, what is it if we are conscious beings that are working on ourselves to try to integrate these planes of consciousness? What have we got to say or to do, or what is the lesson we are going to learn from our part in all these different systems, like family, like ecosystem, like being part of a biotic community? Is that a real identity for you, or is it an intellectually interesting thing you might think about at moments, but basically you're still busy being who you thought you were? Because you as part of an ecosphere is as much a reality as who you think you are most of the time. But you're not very busy identifying that part with that part of your being. Or how about part of a nation state? You're part of the citizenry. And I ask, what does it mean for me to be a citizen of a nation state? Now, I may think nation states are anachronistic. And in the midst of the information age, and multinationals, what do you need nation states for? They're not even economically viable institutions anymore. But we got one, and I'm part of it. And if I don't vote, that's part of it, and if I do vote, that's part of it. I can't not be part of it because it's part of what my incarnation is about. There's no way not to be a citizen of the thing. I mean, I guess I can give up my passport and go be a citizen somewhere else. So I asked myself, like just taking care of my father was one game. What would it be to be a participation in a social democracy? What does it mean to do that? How would I know what thing to do? Because there are certain things that result from the kind of inner work one does that become assets in a social system. Well, I'm going to give you the best example I have. I'm going to read it to you. This is a story I have read many times. I might have even read it when I was here. No, I didn't know this story when I was here last. But some of you have read it perhaps in the book, How Can I Help, that I wrote, or you've heard tapes of it. It's the best teaching story that I have. And if you've heard it before, think of how many times I've heard it. The train clanked and rattled through the suburbs of Tokyo on a drowsy spring afternoon. Our car was comparatively empty. A few housewives with their kids in tow, some old folks going shopping. I gazed absently at the drab houses and dusty hedgerows. At one station, the doors opened, And suddenly the afternoon quiet was shattered by a man bellowing violent, incomprehensible curses. The man staggered into our car. He wore laborer's clothing and he was big, drunk, and dirty. Screaming, he swung at a woman holding a baby. The blow sent her spinning into the laps of an elderly couple. It was a miracle that the baby was unharmed. Terrified, the couple jumped up and scrambled towards the other end of the car. The laborer aimed a kick at the retreating back of the old woman, but missed as she scuttled to safety. This so enraged the drunk that he grabbed the metal pole in the center of the car and tried to wrench it out of its stanchion. I could see that one of his hands was cut and bleeding. The train lurched ahead, the passengers frozen with fear. I stood up. The I in this story is a man named Terry Dobson, who was an Aikido master who studied many years in Japan and died a few years ago, and part of this reading is in memory of him. I stood up. I was young then, some 20 years ago, and in pretty good shape. I'd been putting in a solid 8 hours of Aikido training nearly every day for the past 3 years. I liked to throw and grapple. I thought I was tough. The trouble was, my martial skill was untested in actual combat. As students of Aikido, we were not allowed to fight. Aikido, my teacher had said again and again, is the art of reconciliation. Whoever has the mind to fight has broken his connection with the universe. If you try to dominate people, you're already defeated. We study how to resolve conflict, not how to start it. I listened to his words. I tried so hard. I even went so far as to cross the street to avoid the punks who lounged around the train stations. My forbearance exalted me. I felt both tough and holy. In my heart, however, I wanted an absolutely legitimate opportunity whereby I might save the innocent by destroying the guilty. This is it, I said to myself as I got to my feet. People are in danger. If I don't do something fast, somebody will probably get hurt. Seeing me stand up, the drunk recognized a chance to focus his rage. "Aha!" he roared. "A foreigner! You need a lesson in Japanese manners." I held on lightly to the commuter strap overhead and gave him a slow look of disgust and dismissal. I planned to take this turkey apart, but he had to make the first move. I wanted him mad, so I pursed my lips and blew him an insolent kiss. "All right," he hollered, "you're gonna get a lesson." He gathered himself for a rush at me. A fraction of a second before he could move, someone shouted, "Hey!" It was ear-splitting. I remember the strangely joyous quality of it, as though you and a friend had been searching diligently for something and he had suddenly stumbled upon it. "Hey!" I wheeled to my left, the drunk spun to his right. We both stared down at a little old Japanese man. He must have been well into his 70s, this tiny gentleman sitting there immaculate in his kimono. He took no notice of me, but he beamed delightedly at the laborer, as though he had a most important, most welcome secret to share. "Come here," the old man said in an easy vernacular, beckoning to the drunk. "Come here and talk to me." He waved his hand lightly. The big man followed as if on a string. He planted his feet belligerently in front of the old gentleman and roared above the clacking wheels, "Why the hell should I talk to you?" The drunk now had his back to me. If his elbow moved so much as a millimeter, I'd drop him in his socks. The old man continued to beam at the laborer. "What you been drinking?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with interest. "I've been drinking sake," the laborer bellowed back, "and it's none of your business." Flecks of spittle spattered the old man. "Oh, that's wonderful," the old man said. "Absolutely wonderful. You know, I love sake too. Every night, me and my wife, she's 76, you know, we warm up a little bottle of sake and we take it out into our garden and we sit on an old wooden bench and we watch the sun go down and we watch to see how our persimmon tree is doing. My great-grandfather planted that tree, and we worry about whether it will recover from those ice storms we had last winter. But our tree has been done better than I expected, especially when you consider the poor quality of the soil. It's gratifying to watch, and we take our sake, we even go out when it rains." He looked up at the laborer, his eyes twinkling. As he struggled to follow the old man's conversation, the drunk's face began to soften. His fist slowly unclenched. "Yeah," he said, "I love persimmons too." His voice trailed off. "Yes," said the old man, smiling, "and I'm sure you have a wonderful wife." "No," replied the laborer, "my wife died." Very gently swaying with the motion of the train, the big man began to sob. "I don't got no wife. I don't got no home. I don't got no job. I'm so ashamed of myself." Tears rolled down his cheeks. A spasm of despair rippled through his body. And there I was, standing there in my well-scrubbed youthful innocence, my make this world safe for democracy righteousness. I suddenly felt dirtier than he was. Then the train arrived at my stop. As the doors opened, I heard the old man cluck sympathetically. My, he said, "that is a difficult predicament. Sit down here and tell me about it." I turned my head for one last look. The laborer was sprawled on the seat, his head in the old man's lap. The old man was softly stroking the filthy, matted hair. As the train pulled away, I sat down on a bench. What I had wanted to do with muscle had been accomplished with kind words. I had just seen Aikido tried in combat, and the essence of it was love. What inner work prepares you for is to go into training to be the old man in the kimono on the subway car. Because if you don't think you're living on that subway car at this moment, I'd be a little surprised, actually. There's an interesting experiment with frogs. If you put a frog into boiling water, it jumps out. Reasonable. However, if you put a frog into cold water and heat the water up, the frog boils to death. Because at each stage, the frog says, that's water. Like, that's life. Dear frogs, I would suggest that you consider how warm the water is. I mean, the warm water is the malnutrition. The warm water is the violence that an African-American kid between 18 and 25 is in more danger in the city than he would be on the battlefield of Vietnam, of dying from a gunshot wound. That in our zeal to have more, we have run up a credit card debt of $4 trillion. and it's real. And we've sold not only the 7th generation, about the 3rd generation down the river to do it. Recently I was with John Seed, an ecologist. He's the guy from Australia, beautiful man. He chains himself to trees and throws himself in front of trucks and things to try to save some of the rainforest and get us to rethink that and redistribute jobs and so on, retrain. And I said, John, where are we in that whole situation? And he said, from where I'm looking, it's too late. He said, the inertia of the rate at which we're destroying it and the power structures, and he said, it's probably too late. Boy, that sat heavy on me. Then he said, it would take a miracle. I thought, aha. You know? He said, after all, he said, we did come up out of the ocean onto land, so we have had miracles in our past, so don't worry. But the water is very warm. And the economic instability in this country, do you know that the 1%, the wealthiest 1% of the families in the United States control more of the resources than the lowest 90% of the population? Isn't that extraordinary? That there has been such a skewing in the redistribution of wealth, and this has all happened since 1977, by the way. That is so unstable. You can't play King of the Mountain when you have this much information. You might have played King of the Mountain when the information age wasn't what you're in, but you're in it, and everybody knows who's got what and where everybody is, and there's nowhere to hide. And what happens, though, is when a culture gets into a situation where its myths aren't functional as they were, where GNP isn't the optimum measure of a culture's health, etc. The vested interests in the existing power structure get frightened, and when they get frightened, they get more and more tight and closed in, and they grab hold of whatever power structures they have in order to ward off the threat of chaos or anarchy or revolution or whatever they're afraid of loss of power. And that often historically has led to violence. And we just saw the Los Angeles riots, and we just spent a week being frightened that was going to happen again. And just because it didn't happen this week, the conditions that spawned it are present and accounted for, and there is a tremendous amount of inertia in this system to recognize the dysfunctional nature of the structures of the system. So under those conditions, what do you and I bring to the situation? Well, I look at Hillary and the boys, and I see decent people who wish to do good. They would like to relieve suffering in the world. But I also see that they are part of systems in which there is an incredible power lock-in that reinforces inertia. So what can I do for Bill Clinton? Is there any way that what I've done on myself can be a support system for the quality of quiet wisdom in human beings, out of which actions come that are healing, and not actions that are reactionary as the result of fear? Because I think that Bill Clinton has exactly the same planes of reality in him that you have and that I have. We're all of it. But there is, when you're very symbolically powerful, like I used to hang out at one time in my drug career with models from New York, beautiful models that were on the cover of all those magazines, Mademoiselle and so on. And they were absolutely petrified all the time, because their power came from that kind of beauty, and it was so ephemeral. So that in the having of the reward, there was also the pain of the loss of it. And I take a look at a person like Clinton, and I see that that role is so seductive to get caught in it. And then all the decisions come from within that domain of fear, of losing it or of not doing it right or something. And I'd rather not have the world guided by that level of consciousness. So what can I do? What I can do is be, it's like what I do when I work with AIDS patients or cancer patients. You okay? Yeah. Are you all right, everybody? Yeah. Like last week, I was in Washington, or a week and a half ago, giving a lecture, and I was called to go visit a fellow that had very symptomatic AIDS. And I went to see him. I had spoken to him several times on the phone over the years, and the last time I had spoken to him, there had been some virus across the brain barrier, and he had been in dementia. But so I went to see him not expecting that he would be very clear, but the dementia had completely disappeared, and because the nature of the AIDS virus is that it's very unpredictable in the way it affects the different parts of the system. So I came to see this fellow who was a very beautiful guy. He got the AIDS through needle use, and he was English, and he had been an editor, and he was very handsome, bon vivant type person, and very interesting guy. So I came in, and he had candida, which is a yeast infection. He had it all the way down his esophagus, into his stomach, all through his mouth. There wasn't any pink flesh left. It was just candida. So he couldn't swallow his saliva. I mean, it was like, oh. And because he was a junkie, he was really pissed off because the doctors wouldn't give him enough drugs. So he was angry, and he was discomforted immensely. And I walked into the room, and I sat down, and I took his hand. And for the first hour, I would say, well, at whatever we were doing together, my primary work during that time was opening to the pain and dis-ease of his situation, allowing empathically myself to feel the of it. He was trapped in one other way. He couldn't commit suicide because he converted to Catholicism the year before. Okay, so he had a no-exit situation, right? And I just could feel the cage he was in. I could just feel it, and that took me about an hour. And then slowly, I quieted down enough to remember, if you will, all the rest of it. And I just looked into his eyes, and slowly he quieted down until we started to meet behind all that stuff. There was anger, there was AIDS, there was possibilities and probabilities of death, there was nice man coming to visit, there was all of it, and behind it, here we are. And as we just kept opening and opening and opening, we started to come into this place of just bliss. And I I left that room in ecstasy, I want you to know, after 2 hours. Now, if I said to somebody, I went to visit somebody with AIDS, they'd get a long face and they'd say, oh, wasn't that kind or something. But for me, it was like the highest thing of my day. But if you take that as a metaphor for the subway car, and you keep using these metaphors, like the subway car, like the candida, the question is, when will you get caught, and how could you not get caught, and how could you benefit people that were caught by not being caught in their presence? And what I could offer that guy was, because what happens is most of the people that came to visit him were so caught in reactivity to his condition, his situation, that they couldn't extricate themselves from it. And therefore, they kept reinforcing the reality of it for him. Is that too weird, or can you? Yes? You all right? Did anybody come tonight? It's only us, I guess. And nobody came. None of them came. Well, in that case. When you cultivate these other planes of consciousness, this perspective, and learn how to live with the richness of all the planes of consciousness, live with the truth of who you are, you embrace incredible what seems like paradox. If it was on one plane, it would be called a paradox. It's inconsistencies. But they're across planes, they're perfectly consistent. They just all exist. Because the truth isn't consistent. That's what's interesting. Like there is a stage certainly there has been a stage in my sadhana thus far, and I'm just another person on the path like you are. I've decided that Ram Das, which means servant of Ram, which is Ram is the name of the nameless, another name of the nameless. It's also a mnemonic for R-A-M, mean rent a mouth. And basically, you rented me tonight. You rented my mouth to remind you of what you already know. So you could say, yeah, right, that's right. See, so it's a process we have to keep going through until we don't forget, I guess. Then I self-destruct. In the stages of my sadhana, again and again, I've gotten stuck in my fascination or aversion or attraction or the symbolic power of something, and just had to sit around and wait to quiet down enough for the deeper parts of my being to reappear again. And when you're in the subway car, it's really hard to be the little old man in the kimono. Because the little old man in the kimono is so rooted in his being that he isn't even busy saying, now, how will we solve this problem? His being is the solution to the problem. He is the healing quality of the thing. He's just doing what he does. He's just gossiping about taking sake out in the backyard. That is, the stimulus conditions didn't awaken in him a reactive response that debilitated him. I'm sure he saw all that. I mean, that was all part of his being. He didn't look insensitive to everything. When I ask what you and I can do, see what happened in the 60s to some people was that through some determination, some causal set of circumstances, it could be the information age, it could have been the affluence after the Second World War, it could have been post-beat. It could have been just in the zodiac, who knows what it was, but whatever it was, there was a significant number of people for whom other planes of reality started to become real again. The impact of that was that the vertical, patriarchal social institutions were seen as only relatively real. There was a moment when a lot of people held hands around the Pentagon to ohm, to make it rise. Now, only a few people actually saw it rise. But it wasn't the question of whether it rose or not. The question was the statement that this is but a paper tiger. This is the creation of human mind, basically. Just another social institution. This big monolithic thing. And during that brief 10 years, you had the spawning, or really the activation. And these weren't, there were so many causes, including, I'm sure, psychedelics was one of them. And then the message about this shift of perspective that made realities relative was carried by the minstrels like Dylan and the Grateful Dead and the Jefferson Airplane and the Rolling Stone and on and on and on, out into the consciousnesses of millions and millions and millions of people around the world. And pretty soon the relative nature of reality started to become mainstream consciousness. It was available to people, and because it fit in with physics at the same time as well, so it got really interesting. When that happened, maybe it was the threat of the bomb that brought people close to death. Because we had Cuba, we had a lot of things where the bomb seemed to be about to do it. What many of us tasted when we got into the altered states of consciousness, however we did it, was that connection to the universe around us. And emotionally, what that felt like was love. It felt like a boundarylessness, an embracing of something into oneself, a merging with the qualities of love. It was as if we got back in touch with our intuitive, compassionate heart. And it was so valid and real and powerful, it certainly was for me, that my old habits of responding in social institutions were up for grabs. It was a new game. And there was the civil rights movement, and there was the sexual freedom movement, and there was the beginning of the women's movement, and there was the gay and lesbian movement, and then there was the anti-Vietnam movement. And all of them were saying, the social institutions of which we are a part do not reflect our intuitive wisdom. And they're going to have to change. And we assumed at that time that the power of what we had touched was so powerful relative to the social institutions which were rooted in fear, that love was so much more powerful than fear, that all we had to do was wait before everything fell over into the vision of a compassionate and just and equitable and civilized way of being with one another. Tim Leary and I had a chart on the wall of how soon everybody would get enlightened. It was like 10 years at the outside. It did involve putting LSD in the water supply, but other than that, it was... The predicament was that the people that were experiencing these altered states were either or either we're experiencing it through trauma like minority groups were, or experiencing it through chemicals or through information age or whatever. But everybody wasn't experiencing it, obviously. And the people that were not experiencing these altered states of consciousness, that didn't taste of the love, that were still living in the domain of fear and all the structures of which they were part, became frightened. Because what all this represented to them was anarchy and potential chaos. And that, as much as anything else, I think, fed the fundamentalist and conservative movements in this country. I like to think that I was partly responsible for putting Ronald Reagan in office. Whatever the determinants were, at that moment when Kennedy came in and all that, well, no matter how much he did in the coat closets, whatever the truth of it all is, still, what we experienced at that moment was the sense of possibility that once again our external world could reflect the truth of our inner hearts. And we turned out to be very naive. So we set up alternative bartering systems, communes. We did all the stuff that would create the social structures that reflected, but we hadn't really done the inner work on ourselves. So they all turned into really nice sort of seed beds of neurosis. So during the 70s and 80s, late 70s and 80s, most people just went inside. They no longer looked to the external situation to represent their inner truth, and they just went off to cultivate their inner truth. Or said, with the consciousness I've developed thus far, as since I now have children and an IRA and all that, I will use my new relative consciousness perception to beat the system at its own game. That was the yuppie phenomenon. Still with a kind of a feeling that more, which is based on more is better, and was also coming out of a dis-ease because of the identification with the myths in the culture, which don't really work very well, as you can see if you watch As the World Turns or Dynasty or Dallas, or even The Winners Lose. Now, once again in the 90s, that breath is existing. It is in a sea of cynicism. This society is very, very deeply cynical. It has lost its faith deeply in its own beauty, in its own compassion, its own justice. It expects nobody to tell the truth. But once again, that feeling is there of the possibility. I can feel it. I felt it. Now, part of it is, the new administration, and part of it is the falling down of the wall in Russia, in Germany. And part of it is the imminence of the destabilizing forces in the world, economically, ecologically, etc., politically. The 90s are an interesting moment. I don't know whether you and I are sitting at the bedside of the death of our civilization, or we are sitting at the bedside of a birth process of a new kind of consciousness in our civilization. I have no idea which one it is. And yet I, like you, have to act. And since I can't not act as I'm an incarnate, I will act in order to bring about the optimum conditions. But if I worry about whether the optimum conditions will be realized or not, I'll burn out, I'll drive myself to drink, I'll have to deal with the frustration of it all. See, people would come up to me and they'd say, Ram Dass, is this the Armageddon? Look at it, it's all hitting the fan. This is the end. Don't you think? And I hadn't thought. Somebody else would come up and say, isn't this the new age? Can't you feel the Aquarian age, the whole thing happening? What do you think? And I hadn't thought, so I thought I'd better think about these things. So I went have to think about them. Like, is this the end or is it the beginning? Interesting metaphysical question. I thought, well, if it's the end, let's speculate. If it's the end, it means I'm going to die, along with everybody else, but I'm going to die. And what I've got is my little space-time locus here to play with. So I better die consciously. That's the best thing I can do when leaving. So how will I die consciously? Well, I better start practicing. How will I practice in this moment? Well, I've got to quiet my mind so I can be open to what is, because that's part of the secret of being in the present moment at the moment of death. I've got to let go of my expectations and models and just be fully here in the moment. I've got to open my heart so that I will feel one with all of it, because that's part of the transformation that's going to happen. And when I do that, then all the suffering around me is going to lead me to do what I can to relieve the suffering. Because you're living with this paradox. Suffering stinks and suffering is great. In my stages of my sadhana, I thought suffering was hell at first in my lifetime. And then later, I began to see that suffering was showing me my stash of clinging of mind. Because Buddha pointed out in his Noble Truths, there is suffering, Noble Truth number 1. Noble Truth number 2, the cause of suffering in an individual is the way their mind clings, either through attraction or aversion. If you don't cling to life, you won't freak out on death. If you don't cling to youth, you won't get upset about age. Your mind will determine whether pain is suffering, whether change is suffering, or change is just change and pain is just pain. Okay? So at that point, when I really understood those truths, and the third truth was you let go of the clinging of mind and you let go of your own suffering. You can't use this with another person, by the way. They come and say, I'm suffering, and you say, it's all in your mind. That is no help at all. But you can do it for yourself. And so you begin to see that suffering is grace. It's showing you your stash, and you want to get free. So you've seen that suffering go from hell to grace. And yet you realize that when it's in another person, it still hurts, and you want to take it away. That's the paradox. Suffering stinks on the human plane, and suffering is grace on the spiritual plane. So it's both grace and it stinks. And you have to live with that. And so you've got to live with whether it's going to live or die. You've got to do what you do. So I saw, well, if it's going to be Armageddon, I'm going to end up, I got to work on quiet my mind, open my heart, and do what I can to relieve suffering. If, on the other hand, we are at the birth of a new consciousness, how can I best be a part of that to support it? I can quiet my mind, I can open my heart, and I can relieve the suffering around me. So what the hell difference does it make? So I realized that filling my mind with the anticipation of the outcome was just getting in the way of my being impeccable in doing what I could do, which would be the optimum thing to do under any condition. That's the kind of thing we can bring to the political social structure. You can bring equanimity in the presence of fear that is awakened by potential change. And you can do that because you have found a plane of awareness to simultaneously live in, which has nothing to do with time and space. And so you see the planes of time and space as relatively real. It's just what Einstein said to Newton. He said, what you say is true, but it depends on where you're standing. Okay? I want to read you one more perspective-giving set of quotes. These are quotes from a very great woman saint, Anandamayi Ma, who lived in India, died in the 80s. She was a very simple woman who married, and she just became more and more ecstatic and just could think only about God. And she was transformed in her lifetime in such a way that she was just a presence of such beauty that tens of millions of people just wanted to be in her presence and were devoted to her. And everywhere she was moved, really, people just moved her from here to there. She just exuded this beauty and peace and the essence of the mother. And she was the earth, and she was just incredible. And there were these two quotes from her reflect two planes of consciousness. When she was in form, that is, when she identified with separateness, the realm she stayed in was the realm of the relationship between she and the One. That was what she came into form, but only in relationship to the One. So she was in love with Bhagwan, with God, with the form, and she just sang to it all the time, or related to it, and everything was relationship to God. It's just like Mother Teresa's story I told you about. Serving Christ in his distressing disguises. The other quote is from another plane of her consciousness, where she is the One, and she's not in dualism. And then she's just talking about what that's like. So let me read these two quotes to you. This first one is in the dualistic love relationship. She said, "This body has lived with father, mother, husband, and all. This body has served the husband, so you may call it a wife. It has prepared dishes for all, so you may call it a cook. It has done all sorts of scrubbing and menial work, so you may call it a servant. But if you look at the thing from another standpoint, you will realize that this body has served none but God. For when I served my father, mother, husband, and others, I simply considered them as different manifestations of the Almighty and served them as such. When I sat down to prepare food, I did it as if it were a ritual, for the food cooked was, after all, meant for God. Whatever I did in a spirit of divine service. Hence, I was not quite worldly, though always engaged in household affairs. I had but one ideal, to serve all as God, to do everything for the sake of God." Now that's a plane of consciousness of the lover to the beloved that she lived in. Now, here's this one. In this one, Paramahansa Yogananda, I'm sure many of you have seen a book called Autobiography of a Yogi. And it's told by Paramahansa Yogananda, who's a very great being. And once Yogananda asked Anandamayi Ma to tell him something of her life. "Father," she said, "there is little to tell. My consciousness has never associated itself with this temporary body. Before I came on this earth, Father, I was the same. I grew into womanhood, but still I was the same. When the family in which I had been born made arrangements to have this body married, I was the same. And Father, in front of you now, I am the same. And afterwards, though the dance of creation changes around me in the hall of eternity, I shall be the same." That's the place of no time and space. That's who you are, also. As real as your storyline is, your life storyline at this moment, it's just another plane of consciousness of who you are. And if you get too entrapped in it, you lose the richness of your being. You are in time and you're not in time. You are in space and you're not in space. You were born and you'll die, and you are not born and you don't die. Don't short shrift yourself. It's silly. That's what the old man in the kimono on the subway knows. That's what, if you can rest in the complexity and richness of your being, then what you offer into the social structures around you, like to each person you go that's dying, like of AIDS, he may think his thing is real because death is such a dramatic storyline. And I have no right, no moral right to take that away from him. I can't say, oh, come on now, it's not real, or it's only relatively real. What I can do is work on myself to be an environment that is spacious enough so that he can be who he needs to be. And if he wants to be the person dying of AIDS, here, let me adjust your pillow. And if he wants to be the soul who's in an incarnation that is dying of AIDS, hello, fellow soul. And if he wants to be the one in which nothing's happening, so. And one works on one's environment to stay spacious enough to allow systems to change, really. And it's not enough that you know these things, the art is becoming them. When Mahatma Gandhi was on a train leaving a station and the reporter rushed up and said, Mahatmaji, give me a message to take back to my village. He just had time to scribble on a paper bag, he handed it out, and it said, my life is my message. That's the game. You and I have to become that which heals. Not just think about it or try to do it, but become it. And where you fit into the whole system, C.S. Lewis said, you don't see the center because it's all center. Wherever you are is it. You have a web of vibratory interactions with birds, with animals, with people, with stuff, with the universe. And that, in effect, has relationships with everything else, and it's all interconnected. And anywhere you start is where it is. But do you see how rich the potential of identity is? To see yourself as part of a biotic system, really. To see yourself as part of a nation state, as part of a species, as part of a cosmos, as part of a family. And see that the game is to be free in the forms, not in spite of the forms. But to, in a way, die into your incarnation with passion and at the same moment with absolute emptiness. Don't be afraid of the passion of life. Because the fear itself is more corrosive than the passion would be, than getting lost in the passion. So jump in and trust the fact of the truth of your being. You and I, if we are to be social participants in the social structures we're in, some sense of equanimity in the presence of subway car conditions or heating water. 2, the ability, and these are all interrelated, I just cut apart, for the ability to look at what is and being able to handle The hell realms of all the suffering around you that you're subject to, the reason you can handle it is because of the perspective you have in which you see that it's all something else as well. It's all perfect, it's all the one, it's all a bubble, a phantom, a dream, it's all whatever. And at the same moment, it's real. It's perfect and it stinks. Keep them all going all at once. That brings you equanimity. That means you don't burn out. Because within the system, you do what you can and what happens, happens. And there's no unrest from any of it.
For some of you, coming to this morning session is a lark, and for some of you, it's a little threatening and frightening. And I recognize all of that, and I appreciate that we all realize that part of our agenda as people of any age is to find some way of being with the idea of death. I know that's why you are here. There's a tombstone inscription that I think many of you have heard. Dear friend, please know as you pass by, as you are now, so once was I. As I am now, so you will be. Prepare yourself to follow me. And we are preparing ourselves. Take that as a blessing from beyond. I realize it's very presumptuous to get up and talk about death as if I know. But I have a lot of chutzpah. That's Sanskrit for... And something has happened to me as a result of my meanderings through the realms of consciousness over the past 30 years that has changed my attitudes towards death. A lot of the fear that death generated that led to denial has gone from me. I'm one of the strange people that absolutely delights and enjoys being with people as they're dying. In fact, it's such incredible grace for me that in the morning when I know I'm going to be with such a person, I get absolutely thrilled in my body, my being. Because I know I'm going to have an opportunity to be in the presence of truth. So I would like to share with you this perspective and stories and images and talk for maybe half of our time and then work with questions and answers. We are living at a time where birth has come out of the closet in the past 20, 30, 40 years, and death is just beginning to come out of the closet. It is now beginning to be acceptable to consider the possibility that people actually die. Usually in our culture, it has been put behind doors, behind sheets, you don't talk to the children about it, you don't show anybody. And for me, who has grown up in that culture, it was quite an experience when I started to live in India, where when somebody dies, they are put on a pallet and wrapped in a silk sheet or a sheet, and then carried through the streets to the burning grounds with Satya Hai, Satya Ha, with the mantra being recited as they go through the streets. And the death is public for everybody to see. The body is right there. It's not in a box. It's not hidden. And because India is a place of the extended family and very few and inadequate hospitals, most people are dying at home, so that most people, as they grow up, have been in the presence of someone dying. While in our culture, an amazing number of people, even at middle age, have never been in the presence of someone dying. They have walked away from it and hidden from it. And I was one of them, and I have certainly changed in the past 25 years. I think the reason that I changed was that, and I know this will offend some of you, but truth is always difficult. that through my experiences with psychedelic chemicals, yeah, you might say, particularly originally the mushrooms of Mexico, which were used by curanderos and oracles in Mexican religions, and the mushrooms have been used throughout religious history, actually, for mystical experiences. Through that first experience, I came in contact with a part of my being that, as an adult, I had not identified with, I had not acknowledged. And it was a part of my being that lay behind my social roles, behind my personality. And it was indeed a part of my being that didn't seem to have much to do with birth and death. It could be called soul or awareness or spirit or God or whatever. And for me, who was a Western social psychologist, professor at Harvard, materialist, philosophical materialist, that experience was an extremely confusing one, because there was nothing in my armamentarium of scientific methodology or in psychology that prepared me to deal with that component of my being. Once I experienced that being, it started to profoundly change the nature of my life after that, of who I thought I was. Because up until then, I had identified with that which dies. And as long as you identify with that which dies, there is always fear of death, because it's the fear of cessation of existence. And I realize now that although I didn't know the form that it would take after death, I knew that what there was about something about the essence of my awareness was outside of death. Now, the interesting thing for me at that time was that when I had that experience, it was what I called ineffable, indescribable, because I had no concepts to deal with what I was finding in my being. Probably had I been more emotionally connected to my Jewish roots, I would have found in the Kabbalah, the Book of Brilliance and so on, I would have found metaphors and analogies for what I experienced. But I wasn't. And the book that came to my attention, that was brought to my attention by Aldous Huxley, who was part of our project and visiting at MIT that year, was a book called The Tibetan Book of the Dead. And what happened to me when I read the Tibetan Book of the Dead was I was reading descriptions of the direct experiences I was having with the mushrooms. Now, this was very confusing to me, again, because this book was 2,500 years old. I thought I was at the leading edge of the unknown. And here was a very ancient text, a book that was used by monks, by lamas, read to fellow lamas at the point they were dying and for the days following their death, whispered in their ear, about the process of dying. Out of that, my colleague Timothy Leary and my other colleague Ralph Metzner and I began to see the Tibetan Book of the Dead in metaphorical terms as a story of psychological death and rebirth, even though it was used as physical death and rebirth. And so we did a book called The Psychedelic Experience, which was a manual based on the Tibetan Book of the Dead for going through this psychological death rebirth. And I really think that although it has been made trivial in a way, the idea that's a biblical the idea of dying and being born into truth or wisdom or spirit is really what our business is that we're talking about when we deal with death. And that as you have extricated yourself from a solid identification with body and with personality and with materiality, you begin to have spaciousness to allow for the possibility that death may be part of process rather than end. I feel that very deeply. People say, do you believe that there is continuity after death? And I say, I don't believe it, it is, which offends my scientific friends no end. But belief is something you hold with your intellect, and this has gone way beyond that now. So you may be just sharing my total pathology. I have no idea, and that it's up to your intuition to decide that. I would never know if I was completely crazy, so. To show you how crazy I am, I have a friend who some of you have met through books, a friend named Emmanuel. Emmanuel is a spook, a being that has dropped his body somewhere along the way and speaks through a lovely woman named Pat Rodegast. And I must point out to you when I'm talking about channeled beings that all beings that don't have bodies aren't wise. That there are as many schlock people without bodies as there are with them, and there are a lot of well-meaning beings who've left their bodies and want to send back messages like, buy United States Steel, and they don't know any more than they knew before. So you have to be very discriminating when dealing with disembodied beings in the same way as you are with embodied beings. But Emmanuel has a lot of nachas. He has a lot of real wisdom, and he's like an uncle to me. He's just wonderful fun. And when I said to Emmanuel, I deal a lot with the fear of dying in this culture and death. What should I tell people? And he said, Ram Dass, tell them that death is absolutely safe. Now just put those two things together and realize what a far out line that is. Death is absolutely safe. And then he added one more image. He said, it's like taking off a tight shoe. Okay, can you hear that one? Like taking off a tight shoe. Now just imagine that you as spirit or awareness have contained yourself in an incarnation, or contained it in a conceptual model of who you are and on a storyline. And then at some point, you dissolve out of that, you break out of that, and there is this incredible release quality. Well, these kinds of things I'm talking about are very different from the way in which our culture is presently treating death. Presently, we see death as an enemy. The medical profession sees death as a failure. The temple of life is the intensive care unit. The medical person is the priest. When that became unacceptable, we then moved towards the hospice movement. Now, the hospice movement is extremely useful in coming back to a psychologically supportive environment, because intensive care units don't allow babies, they don't allow dogs, they don't allow flowers, they don't allow the human connections, give you psychological support. And the hospice movement was very interested in providing psychological support. And as such, it has played a useful role. And it provides a warm setting either in the home or in a hospice residential space for people to have psychological support and respect and dignity as a human, as a personality, while they are dying. I want to support hospice and at the same moment express my reservations. Because hospice, in order to be fully acceptable into the economic structures of the society, meaning Medicare and so on, has avoided the spiritual aspects. And it has done so quite intentionally, actually. And I find that Cecily Saunders, who started the hospice movement, who I think is a very caring human being, still says death is an outrage. And I personally don't experience that. So that I want to support the hospice movement as a step in the right direction, but I want to say that we have a lot further to go in terms of what our possibilities are for creating environments for people as they're dying where they can have the spaciousness to explore the process they're going through without being surrounded by people who feel sorry for where they are. And what I have tried to do with Stephen Levine and his wife Andrea and Dale Borglum, a number of people, is over the years create a space. We've had different programs like Dial a Death, where you can call up and talk to people and have pillow talk with people to share with them the process of staying conscious through dying. We've had the Dying Center. We had one in New Mexico. My model was, I knew that my being with people that were dying, here's my predicament. I'm incarnated, and I have all of the stuff that goes with an incarnation. The deepest one is what's called first chakra, for those of you in those systems, understanding those systems, which is the fear of survival. It's preoccupation with survival. I know that if I am going to work on myself spiritually in this lifetime, one of the things I want to do is work with my fear of death. And the way I can do that is by being around death during my lifetime. In the Theravadan Buddhist tradition, for example, they send the monks out to the cemeteries to spend the nights in the cemeteries. And in that tradition, they throw the bodies out there uncovered for the birds to eat it. So the whole thing is ecologically sound. So you go out there and you sit with the bloated corpse, the fly-infested corpse, the skeleton, and you get a chance to be aware of all the process of nature. And you watch your own disgust and loathing and fear, and as I am now, so you will be. Prepare yourself to follow me. And it's in a way beginning to see the whole way that the body is decaying and meditating on decay so that you can find the place in you that has nothing to do with that by opening to that rather than, because the denial of it keeps you stuck in it. That's the problem. Denial keeps you fixated. And so part of the work, and that's why I wanted to get as close to the dying process as I possibly could. So the combination of the two things, one was that something had happened inside of me, which was a spiritual awakening that made death feel different. And the second was that I wanted to work on myself and be close to the deepest fear of incarnation, which was the fear of death. That combination led me to start in about 1963 to work with dying people and to want to be available to them. What could I do? I wasn't a doctor. I wasn't a nurse. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an ordained priest. So the question, what I could offer a human being, I've realized I've purified the way to say it now over the years. What I have offered another human being is a spacious environment with my mind in which they can die as they need to die. I realize that I have no moral right to define how another person should die. That each individual has their own karma, their own stuff to work out. It's not my job to say, you should die beautifully or you should die this way. I don't even know how they should die. Let me give you an example of that. I was helping my stepmother die. She was 69 or so, and she had developed cancer. And when she developed the cancer, she and I were good buddies, and my father was 18 years older than she was. My role was to be with her and to help her through this process. And she and I went to the doctors together, and we did the whole thing of getting all of the reports and dealing with all the emotions. Now, she was a very tough New England lady. She was a wonderful, grounded, tough, poker-playing, smoking, just fun. She was argumentative and tough and willful. She had this kind of stiff upper lip way of living life. And so she was doing that around her death. My job wasn't to say, hey, Phyllis, you should open to this. That wasn't my moral right. My job was just to be there with her. And I would lay on the bed and we'd hold each other and we'd just talk, and we'd talk about death and what we thought it might be like and all. But she was still very, very strong. But the pain of the cancer was very intense. And over time, it finally wore away her will. And there came a moment shortly before, maybe 4 or 5 days before her death, when she gave up. Now, in our culture, giving up is seen as failure. Everybody says, keep trying, keep trying. We surround people that are dying with a certain kind of falseness that comes out of our own fear. When my mother, my natural mother, was dying, I remember it was back in '66, and she was in a hospital in Boston. I would be sitting with her, and in those days I was taking a lot of psychedelics, so I'd usually be on something sitting with her. I'd watch people come into the room, all the relatives and doctors, and they're saying, you're looking better, you're doing well, and then they go out of the room and say, she won't live the week. And I thought, how bizarre that a human being is going through one of the most profound transitions in their life and is surrounded completely by deception. Can you hear the pain of that? That nobody could be straight with them because everybody was too frightened, even the rabbi, all of them, everybody. And she and I talked about it, and she said, what do you think death is? I said, I don't know. I look at you, and you're my friend, and it looks like you're in a building that's burning down, but you're still there, and I figure when the building burns, it'll go, and you'll still be here. And in a way, we just met in that space. So Phyllis, I was open, and she could ask whatever she wanted. I didn't say, now let me instruct you about dying, because she would have not accepted that. But then she gave up, and at the moment she surrendered, It was like watching an egg breaking, and some being emerged that was so radiantly beautiful and present and light and joyful. It was a being that she, at some deep intuitive level, knew herself to be, but had never been busy being all of her adult life. And she opened to this being, and she and I just basked in its radiance. And she, at that moment, had gone into another plane of consciousness where we were completely together talking, being, but the pain and the dying process was just phenomena that were occurring. At that moment, she was no longer busy dying. She was just being, and dying was happening. And to tell you how extraordinary this, just to complete this story, right at the last moment, she said, "Richard, sit me up," because I'm Richard to my family. She said, "Richard, sit me up." So I sat her up. I put her legs over the bed, and her body was falling forward, so I put my hand on her chest, and her body fell back, so I put my other hand on the back, and her head was lolling, so I put my head against her head. We were just sitting there together, and she took 3 breaths, slow, deep breaths, and she left. Now, if you read in the ancient Tibetan texts the way in which conscious lamas leave their body, they sit up, they take 3 breaths, and they leave. Who was she? How did she know that? What was that about? I just want to play with you with the mysteries that I play with. Ramana Maharshi, who was a great Indian saint, was dying of cancer. And they said, "Let's treat it." And he said, no, it's time to drop this body. Because in India, it's called dropping the body. And you hear the implication of it, that there is something that drops the body. The body doesn't drop itself. The body is dropped. And his devotees started to cry. And they said, "Don't leave us, don't leave us." And he looked at them with confusion. He said, "Don't be silly. Where could I go? I'm just dying. Don't make such a big deal. It's like I'm just selling the Ford, It's not such a big deal. I'm just dying." So the dying center, in my mind, was an institution where people like me who wanted to be around people that were dying as part of their spiritual work on themselves would create the support system, whether they were nurses or doctors or attendants or whatever. And the place would be open to people who wished to use their death as a vehicle for their own awakening. Because as you're going through these processes, for a person that really sees life's journey as a one of spiritual work on oneself, this is an optimum set of experiences to work with, the process of dying. So if you imagine now, you have an institution in which everybody in the institution is there in order to spiritually awaken. They're called monasteries or ashrams. It happens there are dyers and there are helpers of dyers there. But that's ground, not figure. The figure is the spiritual awakening. And everybody's there for the same reason. What I experience is that when I am with somebody, I work a lot with AIDS patients. Now here's a young person who very often is the object of social stigma. They're dealing with family rejection often. They're dealing with an opportunistic illness in which there are symptoms that are occurring in a jumbled mass, and you feel better, and then you feel sick, and then you hit here and then hit there. They're dealing with economic difficulties. When I come in to be with them, the first thing I have to do when I sit down with them is to open myself to all my reactions to their predicament. The minute I try to deny it, it catches me. So I have to open myself to it. So I have to open myself to my empathic reactions. That is, to me as a separate entity, feeling what it would feel like if I were being socially ostracized, had an opportunistic illness, was young, didn't have a chance to live out my dreams, all of it, all of the pain of it. It's only when Zalman gave me a beautiful line. I was interviewing him for a television show, and I said, "Zalman, if you were an Israeli, what would you say to a Palestinian?" And Zalman said, "Oy. Oy, such a problem." He said, before we can be with one another, we have to learn to grieve with one another. We have to open ourselves to grieve for the other person's loss and pain And when they feel heard in the grief, then we can start to meet behind the grief. And what I've learned is, in whether I'm dealing in this, because I do a lot of work with political activists, and when I'm dealing with people of different ethnic origins and minority groups and all kinds of diversity, that I can always be my spiritual cuteness and up level and say, we're all one. What are you so busy being black or, Latino, Chicano, or whatever? They say, oh, that's not going to work. You are not hearing us. But if we sit with each other and grieve together, then we rise into the place of unity behind it. So when I sit with somebody, the first thing I have to do is open my heart as a separate entity to this other separate entity and go through the process of empathy. That's not compassion yet, that's empathy. Of as a separate entity feeling what they're feeling. To be able to do that is interesting. To be able to keep your heart open in hell, really. To keep your heart open when it's breaking in a situation. To do that requires that you have cultivated the spiritual perspective behind it that allows for the wisdom of the universe, that allows for this is a little much to say, but it's true, that allows for the perfection that exists even within the imperfection. And once you are rooted in that understanding, if you have stood back, if you've been able to stand back enough to see the beauties of the laws of the universe, to see the exquisite intricacy of the unfolding of the spark of God manifesting into form, the Shekhinah. If you see that, just the brilliance of it, you are in awe. And at that point, the little mind that you have, which is just part of the manifestation, suddenly gets humble before that. And instead of saying, this is terrible, this suffering is awful, if I were doing it, I'd do it differently, you say, I really don't understand. But there's a place in me that has faith in the unfolding. What has happened to me as a result of inner work, which I am talking about and commending to you, is that two planes of consciousness, living both with the perfection and with the pain of the suffering, allows you to stay with the pain without pushing it away, because you have the balance within yourself. It's as if you're part of the unity and you're also separate. You're part of the unfolding of all that includes suffering. Like with Phyllis, how am I to say now that the pain she went through that forced her to give up, that led to the spiritual awakening for her the few days before she died, I wouldn't have personally given her that pain, because I couldn't have done that. But am I to judge that as somehow wrong? And I'm faced with the paradox that I, as a human with a human emotional heart, want to take away your suffering. And at the same moment, there's another part of me that understands that suffering is grace. That suffering is the sandpaper from the spiritual point of view that is awakening people. And once you've started to spiritually awaken, you re-perceive your own suffering and start to work with it as a vehicle for awakening. Now, the interesting part of that paradox is you don't say to another person that says, oh, I'm suffering, you don't say, hey, it's grace. See? You have to give people space to do what they need to do. And if they're at the stage of their evolution where they see their suffering as this horrible thing that's being done to them, you can do the best you can to remove their suffering, the way they're experiencing this suffering. As my guru says, God comes to the hungry in the form of food, and you get what you need. So when I come in with somebody, well, let me give you an example. Woman, 42 years old, very wealthy, very beautiful, very talented, very creative, is dying of AIDS. And she comes to me several months before she's dying, and she said, Ram Dass, I wonder if you would help me die. And I said, well, great, we'll do it together. So we started to meditate together, we started to talk, we started to read things and discuss them. And she said, I'd like to stay as conscious as I can through this process. Because you understand that the more you are aware of the spiritual nature of life, The more you see the moment of death as a moment for release, for taking off the tight shoe. And the art form in dying is that at the moment of death, you are neither grabbing at life nor pushing it away. You're neither pushing nor pulling. It's the attraction and aversion that keeps you holding to form. So to prepare for the moment of death, when the processes that go on in consciousness are a dissolving of boundaries, a speeding up of awareness, a kind of an opening and expanding, to be in that process where you don't go, no, and grab hold, one prepares. One prepares for the moment of death. And it's interesting that in almost all the Eastern traditions, people see one of the works of life is the preparation for the moment of death. Now, each person does what they can do. We don't make believe we're more ready than we are. So that I'm very pleased that we're getting to the point now where people can decide how much pain medication they need in collaboration with their doctor, rather than the nurse saying, you had it 4 hours ago, you can't have any more. Each person knows, and when they know they have control over the pain medication, they need a lot less, it turns out, because a lot of it is their fear of pain that they're dealing with. So with Mary, as I started to get to know her, she was an absolutely beautiful human being. Her family had ostracized her, and she had many, many wonderful friends. We started to be together in the hospital when she was finally in the hospital. We just sit and hold hands and look in one another's eyes. And what I then was able to do, see, after the first stage, when you empathize with the pain of another person, then comes the next stage where you start to meet the person behind it all. It's like, are you in there? I'm in here. Far out. What are you doing in there? I mean, if I can just run you through this kind of oversimplified model, if you had a little television receiver channel right here next to your eyes, what you're finding, what we're talking about is planes of consciousness or channels on a television set. And most of us, most of the time in this culture, act as if we have a 1 or 2 channel set. We don't have cable. And today we're talking about cable. We're talking about acknowledging all these other channels that are floating around in the room, but we're not picking them up because we don't know how to tune our receiver. That's basically what this is about. So on the first channel, when you look at another human being, you see old, young, dark, light, fat, thin, etc. You see physical body. And if you're obsessed with your physical body, that's what you see when you look in the world, other people's physical bodies. That's the channel you're on. If you flip one channel, then you're in the psychosocial realm. You see power, and you see happiness and sadness and neurosis, and it's the therapy channel. It's the social role channel. It's where there are mothers and truck drivers and all lawyers and all the different roles and identities, all the social stuff. That's all a channel, and that's as the world turns, and it's a never-ending source of fascination. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on. Most people are happy with Channel 2. In Channel 1 and 2, about 98% of the people you've ever known are busy with those 2 channels all the time. But now we're talking about something else. We're talking about shifting. Now you shift one more channel, and there's a little in-between one, which is called, it's like the astral plane. It's where you're dealing with archetypes, the Jungian archetypes. You're dealing with what's called astral or mythic roles and mythic identities. It's that sort of place where you see people in their mythos rather than in their personality structures. You look at me and you say, he's an Aries. I just knew it. You know, it's a Sagittarius and Leos, and you see there's 12 of us in various permutations. If you flip to the next channel, you go behind all those individual differences, and you just see another soul just like you that has all that packaging that's different than you, but is just another being just like you. That's when you say, are you in there? I'm in here. How'd you get in that one? And you see all of the stuff of the personality and the astral and the mythic and the body and all of it as like packaging. And you see the spiritual individual entity. And just for fun, if you turn the channel once more, what it is it's looking at itself, looking at itself. There's only one of it. It's awareness, aware of itself. And just to keep the Buddhist happy, you turn it once more and it all disappears, which is basically the one in itself. It's basically the one in itself, rather than looking at itself. First of all, most of our images of love in our society have to do with romantic love. They are poetic love. They are interpersonal love. I love you, you love me, we love each other. We all give lip service to, but hardly ever really acknowledge that there is another kind of love that is not interpersonal. We call it conscious love, or Christ's love, or God's love. And the image I have is that when you grow up in a society of conditional love, which most of us have grown up in because of the way in which we are socialized, we end up very needful for love, and that's why a lot of the literature is about love and affection. It's as if there's something in us that's very hungry. We're on a deprivation diet. And so when we meet somebody who has the key to unlock something in us, we experience that we are in love, and we say, I am in love with you. What we're really saying, another way of saying it in a kind of in instinct literature, is you are the key stimulus that is releasing the mechanism in me that allows me to be in love. You're my connection. And as my connection, I want to possess you, because I'm hungry to be in this state in my being. I have come into the place of love in my being. And everything is beautiful suddenly. But it only happens when you're around. So where will you be Thursday? And where will you be Friday? And where will you be for the rest of my life? See? And the tendency is to want to possess the beloved, which, as you and I both know, is one of the quickest ways to destroy the experience. And that love has in it fear, because somebody's going to die or go away or find another lover or something. That's interpersonal romantic love. And that's why there's so much poetry about it, because it has the fear and the joy and all of the stuff in it. But now take that image, that the key stimulus is something that opens you to the place in yourself where you are love. And through the spiritual practices and through understanding the metaphysics and through opening yourself, you find yourself starting, whether you call it awareness, where you draw your awareness back from thought, or however you get in there through meditation, through devotion, through study, whatever your practices are, you find yourself starting to rest in the place of presence in your being, which has the quality of that openness, that boundarylessness, that intuitive heart space where you experience that you are in love. But now you are no longer dependent on an external thing to awaken you to it. You're beginning to rest in it. You are beginning to be love. Now, the social problems that raises are very interesting, because what happens is now everyone you look at, you are in love with. And you don't quite know what to do, because if you've been working on an old deprivation model, you want to collect them all. So you get one and you say, let's nest. And you go back and you get twigs and drapes and, make a nest. And then after some time you say, I'm going to the supermarket to get some tofu and beer. And at the checkout counter, you look at the person at the checkout counter and it happens again. I mean, because now the eyes, you see, are the windows to the soul, and the soul rests in love. The soul is a being within the place of love. So you look and there's your beloved. Now what are you going to do? You got one at home. So you say, have you considered a ménage à trois? But what are you going to do then? Are you going to not walk down the street and look at anybody? Because it's going to keep happening. And you realize that you're going to have to give up your deprivation model, because there's an abundance of love. You're going to have to stop collecting it. And you're just going to start to go so that you pass your beloved on the street and you don't even wink. So you go through stages of, at first you can't believe it, see. So you go down the street and you meet one and you say, let's have coffee together, or give me your telephone number, in case I run out of the others later. I want to know that this one is, because it's so beautiful. And then after a while, you just keep letting go and letting go and letting go until you realize that isn't the way. You're just living in this presence of love. Because the thing that has closed you down is the fear of the other person's pain and suffering. And once you have that spiritual perspective that allows you to keep your heart open in the hell and the pain and the grief and the stuff, then you can start to be in love with another human being without feeling the possessive quality about it. And so with Mary, I'm sitting with Mary and I am falling into love with her. And that is both levels. The personal level, I'm attached to her, I don't want her to die. I've gotten to love her so much, I don't want her to die. And the other part, she and I are just floating in the ocean of love. And I realize, and what she is experiencing is such an intimate human contact as I am. We are both dying together. And we go right up to the moment of death. And at that point, what happened to me in that case was I then found myself separating myself from her because I wasn't yet capable of staying in love through death. And that's my work on myself. I could stay in love through dying, but not through death yet. And yet, love transcends death. But to be that wisdom is different than knowing that wisdom. And I am dying into that wisdom. Is this too weird for you, or are you still here with me? Because I work a lot with people that are grieving, and my way of supporting grieving is to say, grieve. My God, grieve. Don't try to stop grieving. Don't be strong. Grieve some more. Go grieve some more. Just allow the human pain. Don't hide it. Just let it keep going through it. And then at some point, you will quiet down naturally. It might take a couple of years, who knows. At some point you will quiet down. You will be quiet enough to realize that the love, when you and another person enter into the space of love together for even a moment, that relationship has transcended relationship. You have entered into a unitive moment together, and that transcends death. And at that moment when you quiet down enough and you're sitting with your beloved, you suddenly realize that where did they go? As Ramana Maharshi said, where could I go? I'm still here. Just the form that left. You were busy missing the form. You weren't missing the essence, because the essence is here. And when you recognize that, you feel as a human being enriched by everybody you have loved, instead of deprived by the loss of their form. You realize that they're living through you, and that everybody you've ever loved is part of the fabric of your being now, in the way in which you go forward. And that's where grief gets transformed into a living love space, a spiritual transcendence of the pain. There was a nurse in a seminar that Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and I were doing together. She was about in her, I think, late 20s, and she had 3 children, and she had advanced cancer. And she had been through many, many operations. And it was a very poignant story with 3 young children. And she said to the audience, what would you feel if you came to visit me in the hospital? And different people raised their hands, and Elizabeth wrote on the board, and some of them said anger, and some of them said anger at God, some of them said pain, some of them said sadness at your plight, some of them said confusion, a whole list of things. And she then said, do you see the predicament? She said, all of you were so busy being with 28-year-old nurse with 3 children with cancer. Nobody was with me. You see the issue, I mean, when working with an AIDS patient or cancer patient, really, the symbolic power of dying is so powerful that it's extremely hard to get through it, to be with the person behind it. Like, I have a friend, Kelly, who was a quadriplegic. Kelly was a quadriplegic. He was hit on the side of the head when he was about 9 years old, and it was misdiagnosed. So you can hold his hand over an alphabet board, and he can spell out words, and that's the way he communicates. And he's like this, and he's fully awake and fully brilliant, and he's 33 years old. Kelly is a delight, absolutely a delight. I had Kelly introduce me once when I was speaking before a group of doctors and holistic health healers, about 500 people in the audience, and Kelly was wheeled onto the stage, and of course they were all aghast, like Kelly spells out, R.D., Ram Dass, R.D. says we are not our bodies. Amen. But when I met Kelly, the immensity of his predicament so caught my consciousness that it took me almost 6 months of visiting with him before I could get behind the symbolic power of his identity, his social identity, and his physical identity, to meet him, to say, are you in there? And now Kelly and I have been together for 8 years, and he's just another being, just like me. He's just got his karmic trip, and I got mine. I've just been through a very profound experience with Kelly. About 2 months ago, Kelly said to me, I've decided I've had enough, and I'd like to commit suicide. I said, well, you have every right to do that. He said, what do you think about it? I said, well, a human birth is an opportunity to do incredible spiritual work. And you've been doing incredible work, and there's a lot more you could do because you're still a hung-up, greedy little bastard. But you could do some great work. Kelly and I have a good relationship, as you can see. I said, but I don't know how much, the game is you take what you can take, and when you have had enough taking, you stop. There's no blame, Nobody's going to come and say, you committed suicide, your turn. Not from where I'm sitting. I said, and I'll miss you terribly. I wish you wouldn't, because I really love having you around, but you have a right to do it. The problem is how you're going to do it. So he can't take anything. He can't move his hand. He can't take pills. He can't cut his throat. What's he going to do? So we talked about it, and I said, well, I think the only way you can do it is not eat. Because he can most of the stuff goes in, he chokes as he's being fed, but he can swallow. So that day he decided to stop eating. And he called his mother and his father and his step-parents and all gathered, and the doctor and everybody. And I had gone and left for somewhere else. And he kept saying, Ram Dass has given me the courage. I thought, oh, God, And I've decided to stop living. And so he fasted for 49 days. And I spoke to the doctor, and the doctor said, well, now, this young man could do a great deal with his life. And, he was being doctory because he had to protect his insurance. And I said, well, doctor, tell me, if you were in Kelly's predicament for 20 years, he said, I don't know. I said, well, that's the predicament. I don't either. And when we don't know, we've got to give Kelly the support to do what he wants to do, because how are we to tell him what to do? So then, around the 48th day, I came to see Kelly. He had lost 30 pounds. He was too weak almost to push the button. It took a long time to get the thing out. And he said, what do you think happens at the moment of death? So I told him what I thought would happen. He said, it's still all right with you if I die? I said, it's up to you. I'll miss you, and I think you could do more work, but it's okay with me. And that evening he ate. But in those 48 days, he took me through so much. He took his parents through so much. He took everybody. Now, most of the people around him are really pissed off at him. They're really angry at him. How could you do this to us? And he said to me, are you angry with me? I said, angry? What a gift you gave me. You took me so close to the issue. You kept me awake with it all the way through. When you get to the place where your awareness is really clear, let me just tell you a story. I'll just give you a couple of stories to give you feelings. In an olden time, an army is going through villages and it's killing many people, and it's a Buddhist country, and it's disemboweling the monks, and it's getting rid of Buddhism, which happened a lot in times of Genghis Khan and stuff like that. And there was one particularly harsh captain, and he had a bad reputation of being very cruel. And he came into this town and he said to his adjutant, what's happening in the town? And the adjutant said, all the people are bowing down to you, they're all afraid of you, and in the monastery all the monks have fled to the mountains except for one monk. And the captain was furious that there was a monk who was still there. And he got up and he walked to the monastery and he pushed open the gates, and there in the middle of the courtyard was the monk, just standing there. And the captain walked up to him and he said, don't you know who I am? I could take my sword and run it through your belly without blinking an eye. And don't you know who I am, said the monk. I could have your sword run through my belly without blinking an eye. Apocryphally, the captain bowed and left. And when you start to get into the spiritual literature, you start to see a lightness about death. A Zen monk is dying, and Zen monk's masters are supposed to leave a verse. And he hadn't written his verse, and his students were very concerned he died before he wrote his verse. So they kept saying, what about your verse? What about your verse? So he picked up his brush and he calligraphied, birth is thus, death is thus, verse or no verse, what's the fuss? And he died. I want to read you just two things. And I went way out on a limb here, and I had to do this, and I'll explain why. This is one of the hardest stories you'll have to hear. An 11-year-old girl and her girlfriend went to the Jewish Community Center in the Northwest to play tennis, and they were both raped and murdered. And I was called that night by somebody who said, the parents are people who have read your books and listened to your tapes, and perhaps there's something you could say to them at this moment. And I realized I couldn't do it tomorrow. It had to be done right now. And so I sat down, and the enormity of that pain was so great, it catapulted me out of the ego part of me that felt insecure in writing. And so I wrote this letter, which I'd like to share with you. Dear Steve and Anita, Rachel, the daughter, Rachel finished her work on Earth and left the stage in a manner that leaves those of us left behind with a cry of agony in our hearts as the fragile thread of our faith is dealt with so violently. Is anyone strong enough to stay conscious through such teachings as you are receiving? Very few. And even they would have only the briefest whisper of equanimity and peace amidst the screaming trumpets of their rage, grief, horror, and desolation. I can't assuage your pain with any words, nor should I. For your pain is part of Rachel's legacy to you. Not that she or I would inflict such pain by choice, but there it is. And it must burn its purifying way to completion. For something in you dies when you bear the unbearable. And it is only in that dark night of the soul that you are prepared to see as God sees and to love as God loves. Now is the time to let your grief find expression. No false strength. Now is the time to sit quietly and speak to Rachel and thank her for being with you these few years and encourage her to go on with her work, knowing that you will grow in compassion and wisdom from this experience. In my heart, I know that you and she will meet again and again and recognize the many ways in which you have known each other. And when you meet, you will, in a flash, know what now it is not given to you to know, why this had to be the way it was. Our rational minds can never understand what has happened, but our hearts, if we can keep them open to God, will find their own intuitive way. Rachel came through you to do her work on earth, which included her manner of death. Now her soul is free, and the love that you can share with her is invulnerable to the winds of changing time. In love, Ram Dass. Let me just share with you one more story. When I came back from India in 1968, I was living in New Hampshire on my father's farm. And a young fellow came to see me. He was about 18 or 19. He was living on the Lower East Side of New York. He was from Russian parents. And he was from quite wealthy parents, actually. But he was living as a kind of a hippie in New York with his girlfriend. And he came to see me and he said, I'd like to study yoga with you, hatha yoga and so on. I was teaching all those things at the time. And we sat together, and he was a very unusual fellow. And at one point, we were looking in one another's eyes, and this blue light flashed between our third eyes. And it was so powerful, we both fell over backwards at the same moment. And I had no idea what that was. So he began to study yoga, and he would come to see me. His parents had a place nearby in an island, and he would go there, and he came to see me. And he started to improve. He was doing hatha yoga. Pretty soon he was doing it. By the end of the summer, I said, look, you now need a real teacher. I mean, I'm great, but I'm kind of a schlock, teacher, and you need a real one. And so I'd suggest you see so-and-so or so-and-so. He said, well, I think I have enough of the basics. I'm going to go into a cave on my parents' place down in Arizona, and I'm just going to do yoga all winter. If I can just fly to wherever you are once a month and see you, fine. So every month he would fly to see me, and he was starting to look like a yogi. He was fasting, and he was getting that kind of look about him. And then he didn't come in February, and he didn't come in March. And in April, and I didn't think much about it, in April I got a letter from his mother saying, my son has entered Mahasamadhi, which in India means it's when you die and you enter the enlightened state. That's very strange for a Russian woman to say to me. And I realized she was saying her son had died. She said, I'm coming to see you because I have to show you his diary. So she came to see me, and she was somewhat of a hysterical woman, and she showed me this diary, and it said, scribbled in big scrawl on the pages, was, Mother, I have finished my work. I am with Christ, and I'm with Maharaji, which is my guru, who he met through me. Tell Ram Dass it's all right. I will be watching over you. You need have no fear. Vaya con Dios, go with God. Love. Signed it. She says, see, he finished his work. To be honest with you, what happened to me when I looked at that book was I saw this big scrawling writing, and I thought, where have I seen that before? And then I remembered that in all the times I've taken LSD, there are moments when you are way, way, way out there, and you suddenly see the grand design of the entire universe, and you want to remember it. So I would stagger across the room to get a pen and something to write on. And I'd write this laboriously, this wise thing, which the next day would turn out to be like the word is. Which undoubtedly was the secret of the universe, except I no longer understood it. So it looked to me like it was acid writing. And I thought, uh-oh, he took acid, and he probably, because they found him in his cave with blood on the walls from his nose, he probably took acid and did pranayama or something and burst his heart and died. She said, he did finish his work and he's enlightened, isn't he? I said, well, I don't know. But I said, I know somebody who would know, my guru in India, because he knows everything. I'll ask him, I'm going in the fall, I'll ask him, send me a picture of your son. So she sent me his high school graduation picture, which I put in my valise for going to India. 6 months later, I'm in India. I've forgotten about the picture. It's in my stuff. One day, we're sitting with my guru, my spiritual teacher, and he's looking through everybody's bags and taking out their pictures and looking at them and kidding about them. And I remember this picture. So I go back to my room, and I get the picture, and I bring it out. I don't say a word about it. I haven't talked to anybody about it. And I place it on his thing he's sitting on in front of him, and he's talking, and finally he looks down, he looks at this high school graduation picture, and he says to me, he's dead. I said, yep. He said, he died from your medicine, meaning the LSD. I've got to tell you, I've forgotten one part of the story. 2 weeks after the mother came, his friend came, his brother actually came, and he said, I've got to tell you this. He said, I went to visit with a friend of mine. I went to visit my brother out in the cave. And I brought some acid, and we all took acid together, and we went swimming. And while we were swimming, he came over to hug me, and I went into a homophobic reaction, and I pushed him away. And he got upset, and he told us to leave, and that was the last time I saw him alive. So now you see what I had in my mind. He took acid, paranoid, went back, tried to do yoga, killed himself. That's not enlightenment. Now Maharaji, my guru, is sitting there. He says, he died from your medicine. I said, see, I knew it. And Maharaji looked at me and said, nah. He heard the tone of my voice. And then Maharaji said, he is one with Christ and with me. He finished his work. He is watching over his mother. She need not fear. And he quoted word from this boy's diary. Exactly, word for word. And he said he told her to go with God. He said he finished his work. And when he said that to me, all of my models about how you're supposed to die were completely undercut. And I realized that when somebody was ready, the hook came out from the side of the stage and they left. And our models of you're supposed to go out dancing were just our models. That it was a much deeper story than that. And my guru said, nobody dies a moment before their time, and nobody remains a moment after it. And in Tibet, where they have cultivated so much awareness free of identity with that which changes, there are lamas who are so conscious that there was one that sent out cards to everybody saying, I will be dying next Thursday at 2. Won't you come by for tea? People came, they had tea. He turned around 3 times, sat down, went into samadhi, and left his body. Now, I just want to play with the edge of the mystery with you. The mystery of Anita's death, the mystery of Mary's death, the mystery of the mystery. There's one more little funny story. Mother and Dad exchanged 1 red rose on every anniversary as a token of their love. My mother died in 1966. Big funeral at the temple. Everybody's there to share the grief. The casket is covered with a blanket of roses, red roses. As the casket is wheeled down the aisle and goes by the first pew, in which my father, who's a very practical lawyer, my brother, who's a very practical lawyer, his wife, who's a very practical wife. I have another brother who's crazy and thinks he's the Messiah, and his wife, who's a very practical person, and me, who's completely Meshuggah. So as the casket goes by, 1 rose falls off the blanket at my father's feet. Now, who can resist? We all see the rose. As we are leaving, my father reaches down and picks up the rose, and we go out and get into the Cadillac limousine for the ride to the airport. My brother, the Messiah, says, I guess Mother sent you a message. Because nobody else could say that. They were all too practical. But everybody agreed, because they were all in that state, you know. I mean, they'd never agree on other conditions, but they all agreed. The next thought in the car was, how will we save the rose? Okay. This was in 66, so preserving methods it involved suddenly telephone calls and this and that's and flying it in ice to somewhere. And it was put in a glass container, with water in it, sealed in, and it was on the mantelpiece. But the method hadn't worked quite well, and slowly the water turned this kind of brackish, brownish quality. And after a few years, my father was ready to remarry. And carrying this brackish thing. So it ended up in the back of the garage where I found it and put it on my holy table as a reminder of the transitory nature of phenomena. In Tibet, when they give me the instructions, they say, at the end, As the earth element leaves, your body will feel heavy. As the water element leaves, you will feel dryness. As the fire element leaves, you may feel cold. As the air element leaves, your out-breath will be longer than your in-breath. The signs are now here. Don't get lost in the detail. Let your awareness go free. Imagine, oh, I'm thirsty. She's thirsty. Give her water. I'm cold. Instead of, the earth element. The water element. Just recognize what an adventure this transformation is. The appreciation of death and the spiritual journey after death is the prerequisite for living life joyfully now. Death does not have to be treated as an enemy for you to delight in life. Keeping death present in your consciousness as one of the greatest mysteries and as the moment of incredible transformation imbues this moment with added richness and energy that otherwise is used up in denial. I encourage you to make peace with death, to see it as the culminating adventure of this adventure called life. It is not an error, it is not a failure, it is taking off a tight shoe, which you have worn well. But those that find the way in the morning can gladly die in the evening, it is said in the mystical literature. So I encourage you to explore and find in your being that part of you that is on those other channels, so that when on channels 1 and 2 the World Turns series comes to its final chapters, you won't be caught in feeling loss, but rather the adventure. Because from where I'm sitting, life on this plane of reality, because I live in the world of reincarnation, of karma, of life on this plane, is like being in the 4th grade. You took birth here because you had certain work to do that involves the suffering you do, the kinds of situations you found yourself in. This is your curriculum. It's not an error. Where you are now with all your neuroses and your problem, you're sitting in just the right place. Imagine that. Imagine that. Nobody made an error. And all that stuff in you of saying, if only I could be. No, this is it, including the if only. It's perfect. And then at the time you graduate and somebody says, oh, but he died so young. So if you graduate from 4th grade early, big deal, wonderful. Don't get so caught in worshiping life that you lose the balance, that realizing that the Spirit says, live life fully and richly as a partner with God, and at the same moment, don't be afraid of the next thing. Go towards it with openness and with love, and not with forbidding. The way that is understood in the morning, one can gladly die in the evening. Hello, my name is Ram Das, and I'm here at the Findhorn Foundation. On one level, I'm just floating through Europe, speaking here and there to listen, to get a pulse and feeling for what's happening throughout this part of the world. It's a very interesting, exciting period of change and opening, and it's interesting to hear how everybody's doing with that. Also, I come here to honor one of the older institutions within the something that started in the 60s and is still going on, a kind of shift in consciousness and an attempt, this being an extraordinary experiment in attempting to create a community around transformation of consciousness that's responsive to the existing conditions and doesn't just impose one from another culture or another time. So that's what I'm here doing. And I'm earning my living. I'm doing all of this. How all this fits in with my life is my dharma, or my way to God, is through service. My name is Ram Dass, meaning servant of God. And I don't know how I serve. I listen to hear, and obviously I have something. I am able to be a mouth for a process, so that when I talk with people, it's not like I feel I know the answers. It's much more that I feel that I am a mouth that expresses beautifully what is a collective consciousness that we're all experiencing. And so that's how I serve in some part. I do a lot of other things too, but that's one thing.
Well, as I recall, you've always been one of the real pioneers of recent Western culture, often coming to it, I feel, from the vantage point almost of the radical critic. I mean, you were once ensconced at Harvard University, where, as a professor of psychology, you, together with Tim Leary, discovered LSD and got into it and its full potential. In like manner, you were one of the first people to go to the East and to bring back that vast reservoir of spiritual riches to an appreciative and needy Western culture that was perhaps seeking a more profound sense of its own identity and purpose. And you've been around for a long time. So I'd just be curious to know where you see yourself as having come to on that journey, and what sense of purpose, if any, is moving you at the moment.
Well, as you describe that particular historical sequence, one of the things it's brought me to is less and less identification with that, with being a historical entity, with being a being carrying a sense of history with me. So that the richness of this moment is what it is. It's the rain and you and me and this moment and the camera and the people that are going to see it, and this is what's real. And my history and your history are all part of the mush of it all, but where I don't carry that identity. I don't identify with that sequence very much unless you present it to me, and then I listen to hear who I must be. But in that sense, I don't really have much of a sense of who I am, and I'm not disturbed by not having it. In fact, I'm kind of delighted to not know who I am and not know what this is about. I'm getting to enjoy the mystery much more than I used to, when I felt I had to be somebody all the time going somewhere. So I feel that the fact that I am not busy trying to go somewhere is a statement about where I am on that path, which is an interesting way of feeling it, that I'm relaxing into being what I am a lot. And that's what's happened to me over 20, 30 years. It's now nearly it is 30 years since I consciously started this journey.
What did the start of the journey look like for you?
It was an experience with mushrooms with Tim Leary. And it made me realize that I wasn't who I thought I was. And I, in a way, feel that for 30 years I have been dealing with the integration of the planes of awareness with each other, or growing into what happened to me that first moment. I mean, I think one moment can take 30 years easily to digest. And I think we're so busy taking an experience and then saying, oh, I digested it, now I'll go on, I want more experience. So I really see now as getting high as, going out there, going up or whatever, as pleasant, but not terribly relevant to me at the moment. I mean, I feel that more and more I'm finding there, here, and finding the emptiness in the form, finding the awe in the nothing specialness, finding I'm just learning that whole process. So I don't have any idea whether I'm about to get enlightened or I have about 2 million more births. And I don't really care, because what am I going to do? I'm doing what I can do. There's no way to stop the process, and there really isn't much way to speed it up either.
What is your understanding of what enlightenment would entail?
Well, having been around my guru, I sure as hell know it isn't what I am. I experience what it's like to be nowhere and be everywhere at the same moment. I experience what free awareness is. Free awareness is not, as I say, when I let go of the identification with the storyline, that's one of the processes of becoming free. To be able to have it, I have that storyline, but it's just another dimension. It's not, I'm not busy carrying it. And to not be busy being high or busy being low or busy being on the path or busy, it's the issue of identification with thought. And as I move more and more into the quality of the kind of boundaryless liquid love, and that comes into balance with the precision of discriminating wisdom, there is a quality of light, delight, kind of emptiness of form and illusion and reality. Like Kalu Rinpoche saying, you must understand you live in illusion, but there is a reality, and you are that reality. When you realize this, you see that you are nothing, and being nothing, you are everything. That's all there is to it.
Is it your sense that your guru is one who is both nowhere and everywhere at the same time?
Yes.
So you're effectively following his example?
Yes.
As I'm sure you're aware, there's a lot of talk about what enlightenment might mean. It's a word that comes to us largely from the East. Is what you just said about it the extent of what you can say? I mean, some people, for example, suggest that enlightenment is about waking up to the way in which we're all part of a much bigger thing, a much bigger process, in relation to which we all have an integral role to play. Is that what you mean?
That's awakening. That's not enlightenment. Awakening to it, as you pointed out. That's the beginning of it. But then, after you awaken, which is what happened to me 30 years ago, then comes the rest of the path, which is integrating it all, so that you're, first of all, you go into it, and then you go back into, oh, we're all interrelated. Oh, it's all one. Oh, it's empty. Oh. And you go beyond experience for a moment. I mean, the first nibbanic experience is like this millisecond. It has no time, so it feels eternal, but it's like that. And then you stabilize it all, and you get to the point where it's all present all at once. Then you're getting closer to the issue of enlightenment. So I think it is moving out of time. It's living in love. I mean, these are all metaphors. It's living with the nature of the formless nature of truth. It's living with emptiness, with equanimity, with things, not things as the polar opposite of something else, but as something which embraces polarity.
So what moves you then? I mean, what brought you to Europe? Is it simply a function of making a living? Do you not experience a moving purpose?
No. No, I don't think I do. I think I'm just watching forces activate. Like when I'm broke, then I have to work for money. Now, so a lot of my lectures I give because I have to earn a living. If I didn't have to earn a living, I probably wouldn't give the lectures. In the process of giving the lectures, I grow, other people grow, Dharma is transmitted. But to say I'm doing it to transmit Dharma, that's partly true, but partly not true. I mean, I think there's all these levels, and I'm just kind of watching the unfolding of what Ram Dass' storyline is. I'm not really attached to now whether I'm an anachronism from the 60s, or I'm about to happen, or my television career is just about to be launched, or that's not an appropriate medium for me, or I've written the last of my books, or I'm about to write great books, or I'm going to stay on the road, or I'm about to stop. I mean, this is all true and stuff to play with, but it's not where I'm living. It's the stuff of the game. So I don't really have much mythic identity. I'm not part of something big or important or significant, or I'm not, it's not Ram Dass. It's the idea of crossing the sand and leaving no footprints is not unappealing to me. Put it that way.
Listening to you as I have for the past several days, I rather have the feeling that one of the things that you speak about with just a little bit more passion, perhaps, is the ecological situation in which we as a species find ourselves on this planet. What is it that concerns you in that regard, and what do you see as being an appropriate response?
I think it's interesting that the fact that I work with dying of individuals so much, the transfer value of all we learn about individual dying and how to stay conscious in the presence of that is very relevant to the way in which we engage in the potential of life on Earth dying, and how we remain equanimous within that, so that I feel like I have a body of wisdom or intuitive wisdom that I've evolved over 30 years of working with dying that is transferable and useful to the culture at this moment. Because as it dawns on people more and more the implications of our ecological predicament, there can be increasing panic and chaos in social systems. Because when, just as Elizabeth Ross points out, that when you realize you're going to die, you deny, then you bargain, then you get angry. So the denial, which is the first stage we're in, then comes the bargaining. If I separate cans and bottles, can the world go on? How much do I have to give up of what I got to go on? And then there's the anger when you realize you can't, it's all done. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. And that's the one that's interesting in terms of what happens to social systems under those conditions, if that's a collective response. I mean, it's interesting that whether Chernobyl, what part Chernobyl played in bringing down the whole communist system. I mean, I think it was a key factor in that whole process.
What is the connection there?
I think that a trauma to a society of that size and the fallout from that in terms of the immense amount of suffering that is going to cause and has caused, that is not being acknowledged by everybody, and the social system is trying to contain it, makes the disparity between a political system and a kind of ethical and intuitively compassionate view of the world, that disparity, evident, and it provokes something in people that they say, I am supporting or part of an institution that it doesn't represent the compassion of my heart. Now what happens? Or isn't realistically dealing, like my society isn't realistically dealing with the issue of nuclear waste. And yet I'm part of that society. So how does that disparity affect my behavior in relation to the political situation? And it does affect it. So that's the kind of link.
You mean it's undermining our faith in the system's capacity to accommodate itself to that kind of reality?
just in the same way as the economic breakdowns in the system have done that. Now, those are also precipitating factors.
So you feel the environmental crisis is bigger than the institutions that are there to deal with it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, because the institutions all have a vested interest in maintaining themselves in the face of change. And the question is how adaptive they are to change. And if they get too frightened, they get very violent, and then they start to blame each other, and it's creating a potentially very chaotic situation.
So what kind of advice or suggestions would you make to people who are heading these institutions and governments, and who are no doubt trying to respond to them, without, of course, changing too much?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't say it to them. I can't say to George Bush, work on yourself, because he doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about. He's trying to be good. I think he's really trying to be good. I don't think he's a bad man. He does bad things, but that's not as part of his worldview of what goodness is. But I can just say to him that this is a challenge. His role is a challenge that demands he listen to his really intuitive heart as deeply as he possibly can. And I encourage him to continue to do that. And to not get so lost in the role he's in that he doesn't listen anymore. And that a more reflective demeanor would be a more effective role player, and then to understand what leadership is, for example, in the history of my form of government, my country, comes mainly out of the Masonic order, the Masons. 57 of the 65 framers of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, things like that, were all Freemasons. And in Freemasonry, and the dollar bill, for example, which has a pyramid with a break in the center of it, reflects the issue of the upper planes and the earth plane and the spiritual plane. And in the definition in Freemasonry, the leaders of a society are the ones empowered to be the link between the higher planes and the earth plane. As materialism gets more pervasive, endemic, whatever you want to call it, the leader redefines the role as primarily somebody to contain and hold the power to keep the system going, and loses that humility. Like my guru said, Lincoln was a good president because he knew Christ was president. He was only acting president. See, and I don't know that George Bush just thinks he's acting president. I think it's very hard to deal with that much power without getting lost into the role. And when you say our country lives under God, or I mean, whatever that means, has to be acknowledged and honored.
So you're suggesting that the macro-level global crisis can really only be responded to properly by going deeper into oneself?
In consciousness. I think that President Havel, when he addressed our Congress in the United States, and he said the situation requires a new level of consciousness. And I think that's the same thing that the Dalai Lama says. It's the same thing that Gorbachev has said in his highest moments. I think that there are wisdom holders within the political spectrum. They're not pure wisdom holders. I think the Dalai Lama is perhaps the purest of them because his tradition focuses so much inwardly. But I think there are some world leaders that are at least hearing the need for that deeper level of consciousness. And I think as we honor them for what they are, we will open the political arena to assessing people along those dimensions as well as in terms of their political acumen. Yeah, that's interesting.
Do you think it's relevant that the Dalai Lama is actually not in a position of temporal power at the moment? That in some respects, spiritual purity can only be maintained when you're not in that kind of position.
No. I think that he could retain, knowing him as I do, I think he would retain it whether he was in or out of power. In fact, he's got power over, there are several million people he has power over at the moment. And I think he's politically very active, and I think he's quite present in the midst of it.
Okay, point taken. I think you're probably right about the Dalai Lama. But do you feel that there's any intrinsic inconsistency about being in power and listening to that deeper intuitive part of yourself?
I think the more symbolic power you have, whether it's money or beauty or political power, I think the more there is a unified projection upon you of your identification with that symbolic value. And the more that is unified, that conspiracy of seeing you as an identity with that symbolic power, the harder is it for you to maintain a part of you that has nothing to do with that. And I think what you can offer somebody that has a lot of symbolic power is the work you do on yourself to not get sucked in by the symbolic power. Whether their symbolism is, like I work with a fellow who is a quadriplegic, and he can only speak by and his hand is held over an alphabet board, and he can spell out one letter by letter words. And he's had that happen when he was 11 years old, and he's now 28 or 9. And when I first met him, there's a lot of symbolic value in that, and how dependent he is for everything he does on other human beings. And my feeling of and oof and it took me maybe 6 months of being with him until he and I were just present together, and he has his journey and I have mine. And as my work gets clearer, he gets freer, because then my consciousness can really help him. And my job, if I were invited to be with, say, George Bush, is how caught will I be in George Bushness, and how much can I meet a fellow being? And I don't know my price until I get into the situation. Part of why I work in fundraising in Seva is because dealing with very wealthy people who have a lot of symbolic power, because when you're fundraising and you meet a rich person, it's hard not to get caught in their rich personness. And every time you do, you reinforce their entrapment in their rich personness, because everybody else is caught in it around them, because everybody wants something from it. And so the art of being able to ask for money and not getting lost in it is a very interesting exercise, spiritual exercise on oneself.
What is the Seva Foundation?
Seva is a Sanskrit word which means to serve, and it's a group of us that came together in 1979 and have been augmented since, of people who wish to relieve suffering and do it together, collaborate to help relieve suffering in the world, and in the process for us to grow spiritually. And over 12 years, we've undertaken projects around alleviating preventable and curable blindness in Nepal, India, and now through an institute into all developing countries. We've worked in Central America with a lot of the violence and hardship in the culture. Work with Native Americans, we work with homeless. We work wherever our heart leads us. And so there's fundraising, and there's program development, and relations among all of us. And we're a hands-on board. That is, we all are involved in all of it. I mean, no, we're not all involved in all of it, but the board is actively involved. I'm, for example, involved now in a project in Madurai, India, where I'm working in the system to create something. So then I come back and I fundraise, and so I have all these different parts to play.
Is it your sense that service is concomitant with the whole notion of spiritual work and perhaps a catalyst for it?
I think that I think that's interesting. I mean, you use the word concomitant and catalyst. How about the word vehicle of spiritual transformation? See, we tend to treat service, where we're serving from, as a reflection of where we are spiritually. That would be, or we say it confronts us with things that speeds it up. The deeper one is, how is the act itself the process? Not just a catalyst to the process, not just a correlate of the process or a concomitant, but actually the process itself. How does my helping another human being and bringing to it, now see, what I'm doing to bring to it, to make it useful as a karma yogic act, is I'm bringing to the act, say I give water to a sick person, I hand them a glass of water. So, how many levels could I hand them a glass of water from? Where is my heart in handing the glass of water? Where is my identity in the glass of water? Who am I handing the glass of water to? Who am I in the situation? Where is God in that? How is emptiness related to the form? That's all inherent in the way the water is handed from one person to another. So in a way, the service, saying service is handing the glass of water, is only part of what the service is. Service exists in the nature of the interaction, so that that interaction between two human beings frees everybody. It moves people towards freedom. And so in some ways, I could serve somebody in the obvious ways by handing them a glass of water. I could serve them by making love to them under certain conditions. I could serve them by being a presence as I walk down the street that conveys a quality just by the nature of my being. The form of the service, we focus so much on the form when actually we've got to really keep in mind the essence of what the service is. And service goes in both directions in the situation. That the situation is the service, it's not server and servee. It's a situation in which service occurs or liberation occurs. I'm just playing with the edge of what all this is. Because, like I did this book, How Can I Help, with Paul Gorman, and in that book, I talk about helper's prison, how you don't get caught in being a helper. I talked about how you deal with suffering, how you embrace suffering. I talk about emptiness. Talk about social action. Talk about how you deal with anger and burnout. These are all issues. I've just worked on another book that's coming out this year called Compassion in Action, trying to enunciate karma yoga better. I feel I'm just at the beginning of understanding catalyst, concomitant, practice, that the whole concept of serving is a hype, that it's the wrong concept. I don't know. I mean, I'm just hearing the edge of it. Karma yoga, or that whole process, isn't enunciated very clearly as a practice in most systems. See, that practice breaks down to witnessing, which is another practice that you use in the system. Like, I witness the level from which I'm serving. Or devotion, serving the beloved. These are different yogas, yogic paths. Witness is jnana yoga. Devotion is bhakti yoga. So what's karma yoga? Is karma yoga just the merging of those two, or is it something in and of itself? And I'm just playing with it. Is it tantra? which means working with the stuff of senses and thought. Is that what it is a Tantra Bhakti Yana. Is when I meditate Dhyan Yoga and empty myself, is that part of my Karma Yoga, or is it separate from it? See, I can see that serving my Guru is part of Bhakti Yoga. And that when I say I am serving God through serving my Guru, through serving you, I'm doing this video as an offering to my Guru, which is an offering to bring me into God. Is that Karma Yoga or Bhakti Yoga? So I'm just understanding whether or not Karma Yoga is actually I think it's almost an error to think about trying to find a pure form, because I think every form has something else in it. But I'm just playing with those issues now.
Spirituality and ecology are increasingly coming into and influencing the mainstream culture. The environmental crisis seems to call for a significant, indeed radical response, not simply from government and business leaders, but from ordinary people. And that entails a political process, whereby you've got to get people up and moving and expressing themselves in order to make a difference, in order to create pressure. I mean, everyone I speak to seems to suggest that political types respond only to pressure. And yet you seem to be suggesting that pressure is the wrong way to go. That you've got to stand with these people. You've got to affirm your oneness. You've got to be with them. And thus, perhaps, facilitate some kind of significant change. But do you really find that that's effective?
No, I think it's both at the same moment. I mean, I think Gandhi is a very good example of that. Gandhi certainly put pressure on the British government. But he did it from a place that wasn't divisive, in the sense that they could interpret it that way. That was their problem. But he was not. His own consciousness wasn't. He said, I want the British must leave India, but they must leave as friends. And I think that he was aware of those two planes of reality. So I think I'm putting as much pressure as I can on Admiral Watkins and the Department of Energy in the United States. But I don't think of him as them. I think it's just this part of us that's realigning itself.
In what form does that pressure take?
The pressure takes form of us saying to the senator in New Mexico, if you don't support legislation to hold safety standards above immediacy from the government's point of view to do this, this is the ad we're going to publish in the newspaper about your position, and this is how it's going to affect your re-election campaign. I mean, that's heavy, hard ball we're playing. We're hitting them where it hurts with data and with using the power that comes from organizing people. If you organize, you gain power in a social system, and when you have that power, then you use it within the domain of power. The question is where everybody is that's the user of it. So, I don't think there's any less. I feel very much like I'm playing with the world power, with stuff of power.
Do you feel that method's effective, or is it even about being effective?
That meaning?
The method in which you both apply pressure at the same time, try to, let the guy know that you understand.
I'm thinking you're using the most sophisticated judo you can. You're playing in the power arena the man understands, but you're also open the door to meet the person behind it and move into statesmanship instead of politics. And I think that's kind of optimum conditions that I can hear thus far.
And you're obviously feeling yourself called to do that.
I think that one of the big problems I've had is my fear of power. Fear that I misuse it, fear that it would corrupt me, that it would destroy me. And I think it's something that I'm attending to. And as I feel more faith in the emptiness of worldly power, I think I'm willing to play in the domain more and more. And that's interesting.
What is it that most gives you hope at this point in time?
Well, Trungpa Rinpoche said, I think the best place to stand is halfway between hope and hopelessness. And what gives me hope is that it's all perfect. I think it's all doing fine. I don't think there's anything that needs to be done. It all just seems to be doing fine. And which includes the part I'm playing and the part you're playing and the rain and all of it, you know. I think it's, and the disappointments and the sufferings and all of it. And I don't think that's the term hope as much as what's part of the balancing between continuing and giving up. I don't feel either hope or hopelessness. It just doesn't feel interesting to me, the whole concept.
No, that's particularly because you don't have any preconceived notion about how things should be.
How things should be, exactly. I'm not wise enough to know that. I don't know. I've watched so many people die where their pain was incredible. And there was part of me that says this isn't the way it should be. And then I've watched the pain beat down their ego and force surrender, and I watched something absolutely extraordinarily beautiful emerge in that being. And I saw the way the pain was like the hammer hitting on the outside of the shell that allowed the chrysalis to turn into a butterfly, to mix metaphors, you know. And I don't know that, I know that I'm not wise enough to be able to impose suffering on somebody in order to free them. But I can see the system could be.
So it's more like experiencing yourself as part of a divine plan.
Yeah, I would say so. I've got to be careful that the divine plan doesn't involve some dualistic thing, that there's some divine thing outside of the rocks and the trees and the rain and just the wisdom of the moment-to-moment system. I don't think it's an architect, a heavenly architect. I think the wisdom is inherent within the collective consciousness of all the way the forms manifest. So I think as you become like a tree in the intuitive way you're connected to the universe, that kind of, you're part of it all, and you really feel it, not with your intellect about it, but the actual intuitive identity. That's the tuning to the wisdom out of which the perfection of the architecture is emerging.
Do you have the sense that somebody up there really does know what he, she, it is on about? Do you have the sense that there is a director?
I think that truth, which is the plane of reality, which is the holder of the wisdom or the holder of the unmanifest or immanent manifest out of which it all manifests, is what we all are. I don't think there's anybody separate from that, no. I think that what we call that being is us. It's our deepest truth. It's who we are. No, I don't think, I think, for example, what my guru represents is not somebody separate from me. I think what that guru represents to me is a doorway into the place where there's only one of us. Ramana Maharshi says God, guru, and self are one and the same, but those are three different methods. One of them is a dualistic method in which, you are everything, I am on my way, or I am nothing, mea culpa, whichever way you want to play that. And then slowly, the thing you just keep, because you love the being so much, you keep opening the qualities of that being, and you're slowly transforming yourself into finally merging with that being. could be with the guru, or it could be going inwards. So the dialogue between God and you is another dialogue between your higher self and your normal waking consciousness self. That's a dialogue that ends up in the merging too. So I think seeing God within a dualistic framework is a practice. It's a method. It's a method. It's not an ultimate truth. It's a relative truth.
Why do you have a guru?
I don't know, bad luck, I guess. I don't know, an old fat dead one at that. I don't know.
He's passed on.
Oh yeah, he died in 73. He dropped his body. He couldn't get rid of me, but he did, and I can't get rid of him.
He advises you? You have an ongoing conscious connection with him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's one that, it's not like he appears to me and says, hey, Ram Dass, why don't you do this, or do this, or any of that stuff. But I think he's constantly, I feel constantly, the giggle, the rascality, the wisdom, the emptiness, the support, the chiding. I feel just that those qualities around me all the time. Yeah, I think just knowing of his existence, even for a second, is constantly changing my life. Constantly changing my life. And what blows my mind is that I did a book called Miracle of Love, which was 1,000 stories about him. And that when people read that book, often they meet him in the same way that I know him. And then they've got him as much as I've got him. I don't see it has anything to do with our being together personally. I think it's a certain kind of heart connection. And at one point I was with a very powerful spiritual teacher, and his devotees said, look, he's treating you so royally, he must be your guru. And the other guru was a good beginner for you, but this is the real guru. And I said to them, I'd trade my guru in a second for this one, but I don't have any choice, because that isn't the nature of the guru-chela relationship. It isn't a relationship you intellectually enter into. You don't decide somebody's your guru. It's something that happens to you. It's like you don't decide to break your leg, but when you break your leg, it's happened to you. And you can't act like you don't have a broken leg. And in a way, whatever level that happened on, it's not the level of choice of my intellect. I know that. Because I certainly wasn't attracted to the method of guru. It doesn't appeal. It feels, I mean, from a Western's point of view, who wants a guru, you know? What are you surrendering to?
It's like you're transplanting your ultimate sense of teacher or authority into another, whereas the Western path is much more trying to find that sense of authority within yourself. In relation to which, incidentally, the guru performs what function?
I think the guru is a mirror of where you aren't. I think that's the function. For somebody working on themselves through a guru, he just shows you where you're holding, because that's all his non-holding mirrors to you your own holding. Because what you're trying to do when you're holding is you're trying to enter into conspiracies with everybody else to conspire to treat that holding as real. And he won't enter into that conspiracy. Like the conspiracy of conditional love around the fear of death is a conspiracy. But if you meet somebody that isn't afraid of death, they don't uphold that conspiracy. And then they can be an unconditional lover because there's nothing they want even to stay alive. And when you've never met that before, it's like a mirror that shows you where you're holding to that particular thing. As my guru laughs at death, that laugh sits with a place in me that doesn't know how to laugh at death. I just hear it. I keep playing with that disparity.
So your sense of your guru's relationship with you is one of constantly trying to remind you, to evoke intimation, so to speak, of what you might truly be and or become.
Yeah. what free consciousness is about, what the pure Buddha mind is about, what Christ consciousness is about, what that kind of...
And what is that about as far as you would say?
That's what I started out the interview by saying. It's the many levels of reality simultaneously. It's the you don't stand anywhere. I can never find my guru. If I say he's empty, he's full. If I say he's wise, he's stupid. If I say he's stupid, he's wise. Wonderful moment when a Canadian fellow came to visit at the ashram, and he was a professor, an old colleague of mine. So I introduced him to my guru, and I kind of wanted my guru to snow him a little bit with his miracle stuff. My guru said to him, you come from the United States. And the man said, no, I come from Canada. And my guru said, you're one of many brothers and sisters. And the man says, no, I'm an only child. I was getting sick to my stomach. And finally, the interview was over, and the man left, and he said on the way out, you have a pleasant guru, but he obviously wasn't impressed, and I was furious. And then I came back, and my guru was laughing and laughing, and he proceeded to tell me the guy's whole life history. And he was playing with my mind, and he knew what work he had to do with the other guy. He wasn't doing it at his expense. It was just, as my guru said about miracles, he said, talking about gurus in the South that use a lot of miracles, he said, miracles are for school children. And that's interesting. Interesting.
I must just ask you this final question because I may never have another opportunity. I've been impressed for many years by the stories you tell about your guru, and particularly those early meetings where he would tell you things about yourself that only you knew, and in some cases perhaps things that you didn't even realize you knew, which suggests that he has a kind of universal consciousness, that he taps into the Akashic records, that he knows it all. Do you have the sense that that was the case? And if so, do you have any idea how he did it? What that process entails?
My sense is that he doesn't do it, that he is it. And that my need determines how it manifests, that it's my existence, my solidity as an entity that draws forth from him that which is in relationship to me. I don't think he's aware he's doing it. I don't think he says, I think I'll do this to Ram Dass. I'll go find out what his mother died of. I don't think there is that kind of self-consciousness. I think the fact that that comes out of the... It's like when I sit with a group and they're asking questions, my job is to keep emptying, not to keep thinking, to keep emptying. So the question goes into the void. Faith in me is that out of the void will come something that will be the result of the question and the void and all of the existential situation. Out of it will come something. Now, I don't think he even thinks those thoughts. I think he's beyond that. So I think it's just the way it works. It's the way trees grow and lightning happens and rivers flow. I don't think it's, the river isn't saying, I think I'll flow downstream, and it's the same way. I don't think he's intentionally performing what we call miracles or going after things. Now and then I think there are flickers of the play of consciousness into which he says, isn't this fun? Or I think, like that. But I don't think that's just a kind of it's a whisper of consciousness. It flickers over it. I've watched him start a sentence and then he isn't there anymore. And I've watched him just sit and then start to leave until there wasn't anybody there at all except a body, and then come back. And I've watched that happen just like that. Or slowly happen. So it's kind of I see now that like people come up to me often when my mind is very quiet, I say things in a lecture, and people come up afterwards and say, how did you know to use that example? Because that was the thing that was my issue. And I see that I don't know that just comes out of the nature of the way of things. Nature of the way of things. So, and I'm hoping or expecting or watching as that becomes more and more who I am. And then Maharaji and I are the same being. Yeah.
Ram Dass, thank you very much.
Roger, a pleasure to share your consciousness with you. Thank you.
Be here now. Just be here now.